software. Join us now and share that software. Honest can get piles of money, but they cannot help their neighbors. When we have enough free software and when I call, we'll throw out these dirty lesson sounds evermore. When we have enough free software and when I call, we'll throw out these dirty lesson sounds evermore. Join us now and share the software. Join us now and share the software. Hunters can get piles of money, but they cannot help their neighbors. When we have enough free software and when I call.
Hello.
When we have enough free software, when I call, we'll throw out this dirty lesson sounds evermore.
Hi. Hello. Welcome. No, the YouTube chat is working now. Now, so with Twitch chat, it has a consistent chat link. YouTube doesn't, because YouTube, the chat, is tied to the individual event, which is great. Yeah, I've not opened the game. Presumably it should just work, though. It's like a 400 megabyte indie game. There's no reason why it shouldn't just open. So, Pierce asked what the game was about. Let me go over to the Steam page and actually show you. The world. This is Japan. That's what it's about. No, okay. See how considerate you can be about without worrying about what others think. The smash hit game Kuukiyomi considerate is coming to stay. That doesn't matter. So what is considerate? Simply move the red object on screen to play each problem. Most of the time you'll be controlling yourself, but sometimes you might control other things too. Play through 100 problems and get evaluated on how considerate you are. Share a controller with a friend, and you can play the Considerate Together mode. We hope that this helps you build a considerate and harmonious relationship with whoever you play with. There we go. So, let's take a look. Actually, I'm going to turn my air conditioner on because it's already getting fucking warm in here. And then we'll go from there. It gets hilarious when you're a dick. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, I won't fucking die in here. So, let us take a look. If I click play, it should just work. Presumably. If not, we'll change Proton versions, but it should be fun. Any button. Okay, mouse is not... Okay. Mouse is not going to be a good idea, it seems. It seems... I'll just try that one more time. I might have to plug a controller in. Okay, we can't click that. Okay, yeah. Maybe I should plug a controller in. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, not a big deal. Use the arrow keys throughout. Presumably a controller works. If it doesn't, we'll just do arrow keys. Controllers not support. Okay. Well, apparently we won't do that. Okay, I guess we will use the arrow keys then. Fine. Also, space is the enter button. Yes, the options. No sound settings. Incredible. Incredible option. 1080p doesn't even render at 1080p. And if we tab off the game, it does that. Oh, no. No, we're good. Okay. I'll turn it down here. How's that? Maybe one of the later games does? Yeah, I like that running at 1080p. It doesn't even render at 1080p. That's great by itself, by the way. That's actually incredible. Like, the font is clearly not rendering at that resolution. I guess we just go right into it. Consider it. This is a space where you are free to consider things as you like. There is no one here to stop you from being as considerate as you please. That's weird. I don't know why it said it wasn't supported then. That's very strange. After considering the situation, move the red object on the screen. Sometimes there may be nothing to move. Just do what you consider the appropriate action. If you wish to stop playing, just press the escape key. Number 1. Oh, okay, so they want to, like, sit there. Everyone's sleeping, so what if we just don't move? Yeah. Okay, I see what this is. Fuck you. Okay. This is... Down? What? How do... I don't even know what was the button to go down there. What was the what? Okay. Space is the action button. Okay, I see. In some way or another, consider it. I'm considering it. Number 6. Santa! Hi? Can I take your order? Beer! I wanna feel fucking terrible today. Oh. A, B, now obviously we go A. C just gets left out completely. Fuck you, C. If you get the last pin, will you go out with me? Yeah, okay. Yep. Truly, mildly considerate. I'm not sure what that one... What... what that one was. Maybe we just don't worry about it. No, fuck you. You usually jump with up there. Oh. Let's go to the zoo. Whoa. Gotta get a better look at that. Wow. You were afraid of the doom scroll. I'm back. Welcome back. What is das? This is Kuukiyomi, considerate. It's like a bunch of really short problems about how considerate you are. Very vaguely considerate. Dang, you actually consider it there. I wanted to be part of the fun. Man, I gotta get for the next stop. Doki doki. Next stop is the final stop. Hirano Bus Terminal. Number 18. Oh, these guys are back. Oh, they're dating. Oh, absolutely not. No. Fuck you. Today is our date. Robocon. Obviously, we take you to the Robocon. I wouldn't want to date someone who doesn't like robots. Nah, you gotta be around here. Just fuck around and find out? I guess so. In some way or another, consider it. Oh! Rub his head. No! Could get even better. Ooh. Japanese samurai is weaker than great elderly. Okay. What are we doing here? Nothing. What if we just walk behind her? Ooh. Oh! It's a robot. Today's the date. I guess we could think of them as a couple now. They're heading towards an anime con when suddenly they turn towards a romance movie. Oh! He builds up his courage, takes her hand. Seems like they really are dating. Yeah! Hey. Having fun there, guys? Can I join in? Hey? Truly, mildly considerate. Cat is an adjective. I don't think that's an adjective. I will be the Yellow Ranger. Rams into them. Oh, wow. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I think that was his arm. I think he might have needed that, actually. Hey, got a personality test back. You want to see it? Oh! Yeah, that makes sense. Can I? No, I want to. I want to uncensor it. Turn right. I know that direction. Truly, mildly considerate. Bold! I want him to go rub my head. Oh. Is it a game or a video? It's a game of short problems. A hill home run for you. IKEA! Yep. Oh! Give me a kiss. Down to my last ball. This is my last chance. Well, maybe you should fucking throw better. Consider it. I wasn't sure. Sometimes I'm not sure what the button is supposed to be. It's like, it's unclear sometimes if it's up or it's the action button. See, hit it. Rub his head. No! Gotta rub his head, that's so important. I'm kind of there. Moderately considerate. I'm not sure if you're supposed to be able to sit on her lap. It seemed like it reset the problem. Oh! A big boy. Oh, where'd she go? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is it me or is it cold here? Got it. Bonk. And somewhere or another, consider it. No, he didn't. Doskoi. Hamthus, you can get me a coffee. Soup. Mine. Mine. No. You don't get to take my meat. Witness the power! Well, bye. Yeah, no, it wasn't in my state. I don't know anyone who was involved in that, but yeah, no, it's been like a major thing here. Bold! I am speed. He clearly wanted to make a mess. Big bro, I'm so hungry. Big bro has to do something. The winner gets all you can eat yakiniku. Doo-doo-doo. Yes. Oh. Oh. No, like, people haven't played this game in like fucking 3 years. I don't remember any of the, like, I remember like the opening and random other little things. Hey, why don't we check that personality test again? Yeah, let's do it. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize there was a hair there. I just have too many point cards. Hey, you listening? Premium Friday. Well, I do want to eat her, so gotta get her prepared. Gotta get her sauced up. Truly, mildly considerate. Give me egg. Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they didn't want me to take there.
お手を拝借。よ
おい。
ーって言ったら手を叩いてね。
Okay. Yoi. Boom. It's just a series of problems. It's 100 problems to determine how considerate you are. Wait. Ah. Woo! Yeah! Yeah, we love sand dunes! Yeah, Sahara! Today's our date. Oh, we're dating. Oh, now she's gonna enjoy the Robocon. Very vaguely considerate. Wow. First in line. Please, ride the... That actually looks more fun. It's probably gonna kill me. Daskata! Everyone! Oh, I missed the second one. I wanted to kill both of them. Ha ha ha! 69! I don't want to clap. I just want to stand up. Want to stretch my legs. Very vaguely considerate. Oh! Wait, I thought I was moving the curtain. Why is there no food in our pot? We need to be patient. Something will arrive soon. Okay, I didn't think it would be this one. I've got a date tomorrow. Tomorrow's exam can affect my whole life. Tomorrow's the big day at live at Budokan. Bye, Typhoon. It's always been my dream to be saved by a handsome prince riding in on his white horse. You gotta go see Bowser. Gotta go that, you gotta go get that, that monster milking. That fucking one was so dumb. No, fuck you. We crossed bars. Oh! Woo! Rosie's just dumb when you figure... Rosie's just dumb when you figure out fucking them up. Wah! Wah! Miss AA pseudonym. We don't need to. No, we don't need to show this. Fuck your ad. And for the celebrity first pitch, Miss BB! Ike! That wasn't intentional, by the way. I meant to hit that one. Wow. Ooh. Dun dun. Okay, nearly at the top. Doki doki. I want to jump off. I want to jump off. Let me just die. I want to die. Bear's got to eat too. Dun dun. Bold! Moderately considerate. Put on your goddamn seatbelt. Put it in your mouth, hey? Give it a little suck. Now it goes in. Oh, it didn't go in. Anyone know the answer? Yes. Timmy. Oh! Look at that! UFO! No! Oh, I wanted to be abducted. What if she wanted to be abducted? I don't know. Oh! For yes, hand up. For no, hand down. Answer if you don't want the world destroyed. You is human. Hi. Don't want the earth destroyed? Don't you not want the earth destroyed? I can't put my head down! You lose weight? Definitely not. You see here? You secret keep? Hi. You have itchy spot? Yes. My leg right now. I want to scratch it. You hero save the world. Yes. This is why I, like, a game like this would never be made in any other context outside of, like, some random indie guy that wants to just make it. This is why I love the fact that people can just make, like, you don't need massive teams to make a game. You can just make something. Descata! In Osaka. How'd you even find this? I've known about it for a while, but it was gifted to me. Yeah! You feeling it? I'll feel you. True! Let's go! Well, sucks to suck, I guess. I'm a sweaty boy. I will switch. Make me switch. I must sweat out the fat. In some way or another, consider it. This is the average smash. Yes, yes it is. Man, today I'm definitely gonna get a seat. How you doing, buddy? You want a friend? I'm bored. Guess you gotta take a blind or something. Good. But what if the hero is One Punch Man? I won't fight that. Well, it is one frame away, so you can't really do much. Wah! It's been a while. But you came. I didn't come. I really wanted to see you. Just hold my hand. Brings back memories, huh? You sent me a photo of that ghost. Amazing translation. I know all about it. True, I know exactly what you're saying. It would have been nice to stay with... Remember... Do you remember the first day we met? No. You were... No, don't care. Anyway, forget about me. I will do that. I'll do exactly that. Just go find someone new. I'll do... Yep. Sorry, can't stop crying. I'm sorry, I couldn't be more considerate. But... You always look out. You're... Even... I'll... Thank you. Goodbye. Bye! I don't care. Well, number 100. G-mode. G-mode Co. Somewhere or another, consider it. You're able to fit in is your best quality. Seconding, I'm a middle manager. Wow. Secrets? Oh, is this gonna... I assume these are ones that... Depending on how you approach the game, you will find these. Inconsiderate mode. What the hell is this? Okay. Please be inconsiderate and mess around. There is no explanation, so just go nuts. Okay. Wait, so is this going to be all the same problems again? Are you sure it's more than 100? Because so far I've seen all the ones I had before. I think rather than redoing, because I'm not really sure what inconsiderate mode is, rather than doing that, I think we'll just go check out. We'll just jump right to the next game. There are smolts of some, I guess. Yeah, but like the problem with a game like this is the fun comes from like the first run. Anything after that is like you're just going through the same thing. Okay, so yeah, I did play all the problems. 40% of people. How do only 40%? The game takes like 30, 40 minutes to finish. How has only 40% of people gotten through everything? Yeah, going and doing like achievement grinding? Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm good with not doing that. Oh, wow, we have art now. That riff sounds really familiar. Is that riff? Wait, hold up. I feel like that exact riff is used in Kingdom Hearts 2. Sorry, I got very distracted by that. Anyway, let's consider it. This is a space where you are free to consider things as you like. There is no one here to stop you from being as considerate as you please. Oh no, other one had quick considerate as well. After considering the situation, move the yeah, okay, it's exact same setup as before. Number 1. And the new era will be called Newa. I would never understand how Japanese years work, because like Japanese years are counted off of the current emperor. So like you inherently have to know like Japanese history to know what year it is. It's such a weird system. I am fidgety. Ball. Child, I'll punch you in the head. What? Yarimasu! Each of the games takes like 30 to 40 minutes to finish. The previous 5 questions, very, very considerate. It is a streamer game. You don't, like, there's no reason to play this game off stream. No, I haven't. Thanks for the meal. I want to sit down and relax. Fuck you. Give me yours. Can I have your ramen? Oh! Kuukiyomi! Yeah, brother. I want to be part of the crew. Mint? Mintle? Take the mints! You must have all of the mints! You work part-time for a moving company. I want to steal their clothes. Friss. What the fuck is Friss? Only have one bite. Yatta! Nom. I had to bite. Starting school today. Oh, we tapped out. Emperor! Kami! King! Aye? Oh! Yeah, brother. This is good, child-friendly content. Educational content, exactly, exactly. This is my stop. Number 16. Bye, guys. I'm off this way. Hi, furries. That's not me. Boom, boom. Oh, it was the orphans. Yes? Not sure what that one was. What? It is a pleasure to meet you. Hi. Yes. Pleasure. Much pleasure. It's too heavy! Truly, mildly considerate. Can't blame a guy for not being blind. Exactly. Oh, my stomach. Shit here. Shit on the ground. Oh. Oh! It's a hurry figure. Brother. You know we're at work, right? Hurry figure and titty wallpaper. What a great... We'll go moon bucks. Hi. How you doing, mate? You can mash. The little noodles. There you go. Fuck you with your stupid boba bullshit. Okay, there you go. Suck my balls! Big Bear, I'm so hungry. See you in a bit. Big Bear, earn some money. Ultra Trans... What? Trans Am? Like the car? I think that's a yes. But we'll go no. It'll be nice. Really? And then this guy gets a light. Man, you just went through the middle. I don't know if the game allows that. For which one was that? This reminds me of Dumb Ways to Die. It kind of is like that in some sense. Oh, through the middle, I see. Honestly, that's way cooler. Being able to, like, spawn infinite glasses out of the ether. Bro has infinite glasses. 3 Rangers Chapter 2. Hisatoza! Number 33. Visit from Oil Tyke. We can go. We can get the EV. E M W E dot. I was just pressing buttons. Some way or another, consider it. Bangs into the wall. Taking the train with your girlfriend. I want to sit here. Can I sit on your lap? I wanted to sit down. Couldn't sit down. Changes 3,201 yen. Brother. Here you go. Here's your money. Mate, you trying to steal some shit? Fuck you! Hi! Hee hee! Tallest mountain in Japan is Mount Fuji. I think that's a yes. I am a doll made of wood. Legally distinct Pinocchio. My whole body's made of metal. I invented the light bulb. I am Mario. I am Mickey. I was scouted by a freshman soccer team. They insured my legs. Pinocchio the soccer player. What have they inverted into his face? Whew. Slime! Oh. Oh, this is, brother. Let's go fuck the deer!
Sit.
Sit. No smoking. Can you get a light, mate? Thanks, brother. Considerate. Fighting will laugh out when the Olympic taught. Yeah, I can fucking respect that. Bye. Fall. Oh. Well, I didn't expect him to phase through the floor. That's one way to do it. Oh. Mate, they can fucking get it. Oh, you're fucking okay? Look who's the time better. Yo. I am not. Welp. Welp. Hey, buddy. Can I make everyone's life as annoying as possible? Fuck you. I wish I had a bike. Leave it to big bro. My first bike was from a dump. Who wins the new bike? This is the final stretch. Woo! Fuck you! Fuck you, I don't like you anyway. If you hit at full speed, you ram into the audience. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the bride. You can... Can we just shoot? Can we over here? Yeah, you can go on the index finger. That's right, isn't it? I want to put it on her pinky. We couldn't get over there, though. I want my flowers back. Oh. How long was I supposed to know I was gonna go over there? What a drawing that is. That is actually incredible. Don't let go. You better not let go. I let go. You survived. Natsuyasumi. Let's take a summer vacation. Alright. Yeah, that's about right. Everyone gets the day off. Boss, no, the boss has to work. Obviously she wants, curry udon. Obviously. I really want to learn how to ride a bike. Is it possible after 20? Is it possible? You can certainly try. Like, you can absolutely learn something as an adult. It's gonna... Like, it's gonna be a challenge, but you can absolutely do it. Brother! Gambling! Crab! What else do we have? Nothing? Fuck your game. Whoa. Progress update. Previous asked questions. Truly, mildly considerate. Go to kiss. I want to trip you! No! Oh, we control where the smoke goes. Think you want to the shadow box with you? Cold sake. Perfect. It's no use. I'm so sleepy. How you doing back there? Yearly physical exam is today. We'll start with a urine test. That would be a sake cup. Uh-huh. 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 Perfect. I got a ticket to the soccer game, Grandma. Yeah, I'm very happy. Okonomiyaki. Ready. How you doing? Fuck you. We'll land here instead. Crush! That's how it would actually go, by the way. Kiss. Cowboys if they were smart. Exactly. Ooh, let's join them. Dog. The family's calling. Dad, mom, girl. I've seen this anime before. I know how this goes. You want to make him 1 inch bigger, you should have been hitting something else. Japan! Fuck you. Woo! Legally distinct Michael Jackson. Previous of questions. Truly mildly considerate. Italicized. It's like basically depending on what you do, it'll rank you at the end. There's like you don't fail individual problems. But it will take note of what you do. I want these. They are mine. You will not have them. So that was... You see, you went and... Let's cross at the crosswalk. Brother. Can I have your car? Making cold Chinese noodles. Oh, sure. Yes. Noodles have been served. Insurance fraud. Right, look, it's a sea turtle. Wow, for real? What? What you doing, mate? You want my sea turtle? Truly, mildly considerate. We have part-time for a moving company. Dad's DVDs. Ooh, I want those. You can have Mum's books. They're gonna be, Minotaurs. And aliens. And other things. Yes, math. Since you solve these formulas, these will be on the test. Sure to make notes. Yesh. Brother. What are you fucking doing? Wait, that was an actual equation? Hey, how's it going? Walks on car, yes. Well, what I was thinking of was let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of when Speed jumped over 2 cars. However, since he once saved a spider in the past, the Buddha lowered a thread of spider silk down to him. But others are crowded and seeking to climb up as well. Everybody stay calm. The thread will stab we all try to climb. Couldn't he have died there if he jumped too early? Yes. Yeah, he is a athletic freak of nature. But yes, he would have died there. Hi. None to ask me for my daughter's hand. Can I just have her hand? Just like give me her hand. Fuck you, slaps bro's head. It's once in a century. Well, give me her hand, cockering 2 times. $91. Mate, I want to let you in. How's it going? Sorry about that. Hi. That's how giraffes work. That's absolutely how they work. Bah. What? Wait, I'm actually not even sure what that one was.
せーの。
I like his feet, though. Right. Woo! Truly, mildly considerate. Dun. Oi, Kura! Press button to clap
お手を
hand.
拝借
Hi. Mummy. I am your mummy. I like how you can just hide the credits if you don't want to see them. What the fuck are you? What? Oh my lord. Hi. How's it going? Number 100. Give me them titties. Yeah, no, Yakuza 6 is already... I already finished that. Yeah, that was like probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. Common Sense 27. Social awareness. Yup. Well, I think we did pretty well. An unsympathetic millennial. Well. Well. One quarter of the total. Yeah. Yeah. There are 2 more games, but I think the bit is kind of overdone right now. Maybe we'll come back to this another time, because I don't think another hour and a half of this is going to be fun. I don't know. Like, this is one of those games you have to play in a short burst. Otherwise, it's just too much. Wait, I found a hidden giant. What? Oh, the credit scene. Get all scores over 50. I see. Exactly, then we're doing short bursts anyway. That's fair. No, I think it's a cool idea. I definitely think that it's definitely a neat game. When did they actually come out? Like, how far apart were they? That's September 2020. First one was March 2020. That one was June 2021. And then this one was 3 years later. What? Okay. Sure, why not? So, what do we do now? That is the question. That is the question. Because we could do React and make this a short stream. Or we could go on to the next game. Play the crony game? I don't really care enough about it to be completely honest. Because, like, how much is it? Is 21 Australian dollars.
Where power lies.
Yeah, I don't care enough about it, to be honest, to pay that. What even is there to react? Well, There is a new Red Joker video that came out, like, yesterday or something. Was it Red Joker? I think it was Red Joker video I saw. Yeah, there was the one that came out yesterday. Like, as a 2 hours ago, fake VTuber fan. I don't want to play a VTuber game. Buy Return of Obra Dinn. What the hell is Return of Obra Dinn? What is this? That's actually a cool art style. That's actually a really cool art style. I really love the YouTube video. Have you considered ever considered playing One Shot World Machine Edition? One Shot World Machine Edition. Oh, wait, that's where that character comes from? Wait. I have seen so many fucking people with this as their profile picture. I never knew where it actually came from. This cat thing. I had no fucking idea what this was from. I had literally no idea. Literally zero idea. Is this like their mascot or something? I don't know. I'm assuming so. Oh, winter sale. Wait. Let's see if what's on here. Will I see hentai games? Or are we good? Mostly good. There is definitely there's definitely some stuff in that sale that borderline problem. Isn't that just Kylo Neko? Yeah, so there was a Red Joke video that came out 22 hours ago. Japan's infamous voice actor NTR incident. I saw that show up in my recommendations. I don't know, I think we gotta check it out. So let me just change over to just chatting. And we'll take a look
Narumi Luna went from rising star to ruin.
Take a look at that one. I actually don't know what this is even about. Put that. Oh, the wrong goddamn account. Always on the wrong account. There we go.
Narumi Luna.
Stop. Wait till I actually have the thing on the thing. Okay, now we're good.
Narumi Luna went from rising star to ruining her own career with her sheer arrogance through one of the biggest, most memed on sex scandals in the anime community.
I'm sorry, what? Had affair with a rich DILF, regretted cheating, returned to boyfriend, couldn't forget the taste of, I assume, rich dick, returned to rich DILF, but DILF already had a new girlfriend, begged to be at least sex friend, not sure, I'm not sure what this word's supposed to be, exposed by the new girlfriend. What the fuck?
community. Luna hails from Hiroshima and started her career early, right after graduating high school in 2014.
Okay.
She enrolled in the voice actor anisong course at Yoyogi Animation Academy's Hiroshima campus, and soon transferred to the Tokyo branch out of ambition. Upon finishing these studies in 2 years, she auditioned for Stardust Promotions' newly established voice actor division and passed first try, joining Stardust Promotion as a new voice actress.
I don't know the name. What have you done? I assume that's going to be probably shown. Narumi Duna. What have you done? Well, okay, she hasn't done anything. Unless she had 2 roles and then immediately just collapsed. She did a supporting role in Ishizoku Reviewers. And also a supporting role in Rebirth. And that is literally her entire mouth.
This was the beginning of her voice actor journey, and she was ambitious, aiming to become a multi-talented voice actress who could also sing and dance.
Okay.
The next year, in 2017 January, Luna became a founding member of Sound Orion, a female voice actress idol unit formed by Stardust
I
Promotions.
assume she's probably done
rookie
mostly
voice
game
actresses.
stuff then.
It obviously wasn't a
Probably
big
gacha
group,
stuff.
but it was something. These girls were getting started in their entertainment careers. They started appearing in anime events, experienced holding mini concerts, did shoots for photo books. It was
Okay.
exciting. But after only 1 year, Luna would get her first huge breakthrough, Idolmaster. In 2018,
Oh, okay. She's done Idolmaster. That makes sense. Okay.
Luna was cast as Yuika Mitsumine in the Idolmaster Shiny Colors. Idolmaster is one of the largest anime franchises in Japan, and possibly one of the best starting points to build a fan base. Idol fans were extremely loyal, and Luna, being a central idol, could probably easily build a large enough fan base for personal activities. She was received well too. Fans praised her singing and stage presence. Sound Orion, as a unit, actually also took part in some of these performances, since multiple members of Sound Orion were also cast into Idolmaster, building an even stronger bond between members. Luna did get a few other small roles like these on screen, but Idolmaster was her main one.
Right.
Over the next few years, her career grew. A radio show. Sound Orion was preparing their first full album release. A role as Laimi in Interspecies Review.
yeah, that's interspecies review. We need more of this. This is such a good series. I'm sad we don't have any more.
Streaming, and even posting on the official Stardust Seiyu blog. Nothing was huge, she didn't blow up, she wasn't mainstream, but she was an up-and-coming voice actress. That is, until the big scandal came to light. It was October 6th, 2021. Luna was scheduled for an Idolmaster stream, but 30 minutes before the stream, announced that she would not appear due to sudden poor health conditions.
Okay.
But the truth came out quickly. The next day, 7th October, drama YouTuber Kore Kore, imagine the Japanese version of Keemstar.
I wasn't aware of that channel, but I'm not surprised it exists. Considering how much idol drama stuff exists, it makes sense that there would be someone like Keemstar.
Held a live
It's Kore Kore, that mother... I assume you know the name then?
stream in which a crazy accusation was held. A woman contacted Kore Kore claiming that her fiancé, an entrepreneur who ran bars in Tokyo, had been cheating on her.
Oh, that guy, right? Didn't he do like an interview with Rushia or something, or with I guess it would have been with like Mikaneko. And okay, I do remember this.
With a certain famous idol who was dating a popular YouTuber. Although names were never given, fans quickly connected the dots. See, there were actually already many rumors online about Luna dating Moko, a huge Japanese YouTuber.
Okay.
They never officially admitted to it, but fans found
What a
hints
guy.
here and there, which is why fans speculated that this certain famous idol in question was Luna. Let me give you some backstory. Apparently, Luna had been engaging in this affair for 2 years already, and this entrepreneur was actually an ex of hers. It was an
Okay.
affair, but technically they were more of a friends with benefits kind of relationship.
Aha.
Upon discovering this affair, initially, the woman, the entrepreneur's fiance, confronted him and he promised he would cut ties with Narumi. She also tried contacting Narumi online, to which Narumi replied very aggressively with the famous quote, "I don't want to share him with a nobody like you either. Don't you know who I am?" This was
No,
extremely
actually.
ironic because while Idolmaster was a decent role, she was by no means a big voice actress yet and still a rookie level seiyuu trying to grow and branch out of her
She gets one main character, not even like hyper main characters, just like, and your ego like goes to the fucking moon. Man, if she didn't blow up now, she would have blown up eventually. Like, it's probably for the best that her career was ruined a year in, because she didn't have that much to lose. She would have done something 3, 4, 5 years from now that would have been far more damaging.
one big role. This line was just pure arrogance. Additionally, Narumi allegedly threatened to commit unalive if the fiancé exposed the affair publicly. And later, the woman even claimed she received intimidating messages and even death threats after confronting Narumi, which were suspected to come from Narumi's agency trying to protect her. That's why, feeling stuck and having no other outlet, the woman had to contact Kore Kore in the first place. Initially, Kore Kore actually Narumi if things were resolved, which I don't understand, bro. She cheated on you, but Kore Kore initially thought the issue might be settled privately and considered not broadcasting the names on stream. However, the woman later went nuclear and posted screenshots on an anonymous Twitter account proving the affair lasted way longer, all the way until 2021, meaning Narumi had directly lied on that call. And that's what led to Kore Kore doing the October 7th livestream in the first place. Apparently, right before he went live, Moko and a Stardust agency person begged Kore Kore not to reveal Narumi's name on stream, saying she was extremely mentally unstable and they feared—
Yeah, I can see that. So she was cheating on him for like multiple years, threatened to kill herself if it was revealed, immediately got a massive fucking ego upon getting one major role. Yeah, I can see that she has some mental issues.
she would actually unalive herself. Kore Kore agreed not to say Narumi's name live, but did mention Moko himself as part of the story.
Yeah,
which,
and everyone
again,
worked it out.
Is how fans found out this person in question was Narumi in the first place. The rest was history. Upon finding this information out, the Japanese internet went wild. Hashtags like RealNTR trended on Twitter and spread everywhere. It wasn't just the Kore Kore livestream. Because of the Twitter leak, literally everything. Pictures of the entrepreneur and Narumi, entire chat histories, everything leaked. The most specific piece of information being memed
Look at how fast this fucking chat's moving, man.
NTR was this conversation between the entrepreneur and Narumi, where she invited him to the apartment that she shared with Moko when Moko was away for a special livestream event. Yeah, they cheated in his goddamn house. That's fucked up, bro. In the text, it was mentioned that they had unprotected sex 4 times in
She's just getting busy. Now, how are we... Here's the important question. How are we defining 4 times? Are we talking about 4 separate occasions? Or did he nut in her 4 separate times? What, like, how is our definition here working? Because these are 2 very distinct ideas. Because 4 separate times means it happened over a longer period. 4 times in a row, still a problem. But also kind of impressive.
that one visit because Narumi enjoyed the sensation of nakadashi or cream pie, and that the entrepreneur gave Narumi about 9,800 yen to buy the morning after pill. This resulted in this meme image being spread everywhere.
Oh, what the fuck?
Basically, this entire story read so much like an NTR Dojin story that memes and even fan art kept being spread around everywhere. And even though the money she got from the entrepreneur was just for the pills, people memed the measly 9,800 yen she got for 4 cream pies, even comparing it to the approximately 100,000 yen needed to max her character in the Idolmaster gacha game.
Oh, that's fucking. Oh my god. Linux guy has a games channel too. Yeah, games is an interesting choice. Yeah.
This was, particularly for an idol, a PR disaster. On the first 2 days, it was radio silence from Narumi and her agency.
We play
Then,
games
her live stream that
sometimes.
was supposed to be on 8th October was cancelled due to poor physical condition. But
Yeah, that's from all the Nakadashi.
they weren't fooling anyone. Everyone knew the real reason. A week later, Stardust Promotion, Narumi's agency, announced that Narumi Luna would suspend all
I am
entertainment
50, but still a
activities
long time
indefinitely
weeb.
due to health.
Wait, sorry. We're gonna sidetrack a little bit. Is this a semi-recent thing? Or were you one of the people that had been around, like, you know, sharing VHS tapes in the 90s? That I need to know the answer to this. Since the 90s. Okay. Nice.
Issues. Still with no official mention of the scandal, but real consequences would come soon. Narumi would be replaced
They would come soon. Well, they already came a bunch
in
of
roles
times.
she had, like Action Taimanin and Onsen Musume, and only a few more days later, it was announced that Narumi would withdraw from the Sound Orion unit, the very thing that started her career. Although they still cited health reasons.
Yeah,
what
she's-
sucked was Sound Orion's first album, which was scheduled for release on October 27th,
release the
was
first album?
cancelled alongside all related mini live events and release celebrations, effectively dragging the remaining members through the mud. I think this angered Sound Orion fans quite a bit. Narumi literally caused all of this. The other members did nothing wrong. The album was finally delayed by about 3 months. They changed it to not feature Narumi, and some fans felt it derailed Sound Orion's momentum, but who knows. Soon, Idolmaster, her most prestigious role, also announced that they were considering how to handle her character's voice lines going forward, effectively hinting at a replacement. With all her roles gone and her reputation in memes and shambles, Stardust Promotion officially announced on December 29th, 2021, Narumi Luna's official retirement from
I
the
actually haven't seen
entertainment
Legend of Galactic
industry.
Heroes yet.
And yes,
At
they
some
still
point I
never
do.
officially mentioned the scandal.
some
Meanwhile,
point I'll watch
Moko
it.
made a monetized video about the whole situation, poking fun at it. But to be honest, he's
Yeah, he doesn't. The YouTuber doesn't care. Like, yeah, he got cheated on. So yeah, that's a problem for him. But like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if for him, this is going to be like a recurring meme for like years. It's gonna be something that he starts shit posting about. For him, it's not gonna ruin his career if some idol cheats on him. If anything, that's actually like that's gonna help him. It's like you were cheated on by an idol. Like, that's great content.
Moko made a monetized video about the whole situation, poking fun at it. But to be honest, he's actually had quite a bad history with abusive exes and being cheated on. So I actually feel
he's got a bad history. Yeah, that makes sense. Any names I see here? Okay,
quite
no,
a
it's just
bad
all about
history
Luna.
with abusive exes and being cheated on. So I actually feel quite bad for him. His channel is actually still doing pretty good, so check him out if you're interested. The entrepreneur and his fiance were never really public figures.
Wait,
in
so
the first
sorry.
doing pretty good.
650K for a... That's actually insanely good. Like, a Japanese language channel getting over 500,000 views is fucking crazy.
Good, so check him out if you're interested. The entrepreneur and his fiancée were never really public figures in the first place, so they just kind of faded into the background. As of today, since then, Nanami has had zero social media presence, not even any private accounts known. It is presumed
she's
that she
working
has
at
moved on
7-Eleven.
with her private life to do other things. The story of Nanami Luna is quite an extreme one, even in the seiyuu industry. One scandal completely ruining her career due to its nature. It does bring up the question about whether morally dubious choices in one's personal life should really be this career ending.
Well, okay. This is not like, oh, she had a boyfriend, right? Like, that's not what this like, there have been cases in the past where an idol loses their job because they had a boyfriend, or they kissed someone, or they went on a date. This is someone who cheated on her partner, fucked the other guy in his apartment 4 times, minimum, that we know of, threatened to kill herself when all of this was made public. This is not just, like, regular idol drama. This would affect, like, you know, Western singers as well.
But there are also others that think that as an idol, she should have known the risk and completely brought this upon herself. Besides, I think her "do you know who I am" line's arrogance, plus the cheating, made it really hard for many to sympathize with her. But what do you think? Did she deserve it? I'll leave it up to you to decide. Special thanks to Vicente Pagani and all my other patrons and members for supporting the channel.
As always, I love Red Joker. Red Joker makes phenomenal videos. They're always a lot of fun. Before we go on, I do wanna show you something I saw over on Twitter yesterday. Cause there's like two fun, there's like two fun, dumb dramas that were happening. Drama number 1. Where is it? Okay, here it is. So, this girl, she made this post about how people in the West pronounce the word yaoi, okay? Just have a listen to this.
Okay, so my mom told me to clean my room, right? And I was like, yeah, in a minute. And basically, I come back down and I see that my room has already been cleaned. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you, Mom, I love you so much. And then, like, I have this, like, thing over, I have this thing here where it opens up. And that's where I would keep all of my yaoi. And
okay, there you go, right? We've all heard people say the word yaoi. Now, this girl, she wanted to make some, like, big deal about this. Due to high demands, here is how I pronounce it. Disclaimer, I'm not making fun of anyone who pronounces it yaoi. I just think it's funny and cute. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
And she called yaoi yaoi. And I'm like, yaoi called yaoi yaoi.
Yaoi.
And I'm like, is that how Western people pronounce yaoi? Yaoi? Like some Tom and Jerry shit? Yaoi!
And, like, people have just been, like, roasting her in the comments. Obviously, you have dumb people who are like, oh, is that how you actually say it? And then, like, after people started calling her out, she's like, well, no, where is it? I'm pronouncing it where it leaves somewhat of the Japanese pronunciation, while still making it sound natural in English, because I know it's difficult for non-Japanese speakers. No, she is American. She lives in the United States. She is American. And when I saw this, I'll show you what I posted. This is what I thought of when I saw that.
I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. Sunogo no Kashimasu. Is Japanese a hard language? Soki tandaki do. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. Sunogo no Kashimasu. Is Japanese a hard language? Soki tandaki do.
Yeah, so everyone's just been making fun of this girl because she's trying to make fun of someone for like, yaoi is not correct, okay? Right, the way pronouncing it as yaoi is not correct. It is yaoi, right? But yaoi sounds close enough. Yaoi is not even anywhere near like the correct pronunciation. You are so far away from how it is actually said. And people have been posting this clip. This Lucky Star clip. Like, how does this happen? Anyway, the other thing I wanted to show you is like there was a brief drama that happened in the Blue Archive community. So Blue Archive, they announced a collab event, and this is who they were going to be doing the collab event with. And the Blue Archive community were not a fan of, notably, Connor being included. And I think within like 2 hours after they made an announcement of the event, they just cancelled the entire event. Oh man, that was definitely fun to watch happening. But moving on from that one, gatekeeping your hobbies. Might want to check that out. Switching to Linux. Fan-made Steam guide destroyed the Valve lawsuit. Check this out. What do we have? Yeah, then you can laugh at them for saying it wrong. What is this? How Windows 11 broke Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It's a Matt KC video, so it's probably gonna be good. I don't know if I've watched one of his videos on stream before. I know I've watched his videos in the past, like the, what is it? The Lego Island videos. But I don't know if I've ever watched a video on stream. Anyway, let's check it out. Ooh, PIA.
Grand Theft Auto has had a number of landmark entries in the series,
It has.
but none of them command quite as much widespread respect as San Andreas.
Yeah, really.
Over the course of 3 entries, Rockstar refined and ultimately perfected the PS2 era of GTA games.
PS2 era shows the Xbox copies. Yes, you are. Yes, true.
Producing what many consider to be one of the greatest games of all time. Most indicative of this is how much people are still playing it over 20 years later. So much so that when the most recent version of Windows 11, version 24H2, caused San Andreas to subtly break, it quickly caught people's attention. For the most part, the game still ran and played as normal, but the skimmer seaplane was completely missing.
What?
It wasn't in its usual spawn point and couldn't be spawned in with mods. But every other vehicle was still fine, as was the rest of the game. how could a mere Windows update break a game whose code hadn't changed in 20 years?
Is it still spawning, but it's not rendering? Well, I guess people would know exactly where it was, so they wouldn't be able to... What? That's such a subtle bug.
And in such a random, subtle way.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into it right after a message from our sponsor.
Wow.
If you're in need of a VPN, I highly recommend private internet access. You may have noticed that websites are often tailored for your location.
They
This is
are.
because your IP address gives them a rough
Bubba's
idea of where you
33.
are. Occasionally this can be useful, but it can also cause you a lot of problems. We've all seen messages like this before. Some video we want to watch is not available in our country.
Wow.
This is a tactic that I like to call racism, but we're
True, brother. Very true. You can very easily avoid these messages by just finding other sites that they might be located on. I'm not going to tell you where, but you can find them.
luck. With private internet access, you can change your IP address so the internet thinks you're somewhere else. Now you can watch that pesky video, no problem. Some countries feel the need to censor things for your sensitive eyes and ears, but show them you're hardcore by using private internet access. By relaying your traffic through a country that isn't a nanny state, you can regain full access to the internet
Well,
just
we're
as
running
God
out of
intended.
those.
And sometimes you just need a little bit of protection. You might need to use an unsecured website on a public Wi-Fi with no encryption. You might be in a situation where it's legitimately unsafe for your government, school, or whatever to see what sites you visit. Private internet access can give you that extra layer of encryption you need to keep your online activity private, with a strict no-logs policy that has been tested by both independent auditors and the legal system. I use private internet access because it's affordable, has a proven track record when it comes to privacy, and has very good native support for Linux, which, if you know Linux, you know can be pretty rare. And right now, if you head over to piavpn.com/
Sorry, I forgot he does Linux stuff. Sorry, I just like fuck that just came out of nowhere. Whenever someone mentions Linux, my brain just like my brain freezes for a moment when I forget they actually do anything with it.
Matt KC, you can get 83% off plus 4 months free. That's only $2.03 per month.
Especially
If
in
you
a
don't like
video
it, they have
about
a 30-day
Windows.
money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Check out private internet access today to get the most out of your internet connection. And now
No, I
back
didn't
to
actually.
GTA. This story comes from Silent, creator of the Silent Patch, a comprehensive mod pack addressing a wide range of issues affecting this era of GTA games.
Okay.
Almost immediately after the 24H2 update, comments started appearing on Silent Patch's GTA forums thread and GitHub issue tracker about the skimmer inexplicably not showing up, many of them mentioning that it had started after updating Windows. If this had only
Okay.
happened to one person, Silent probably would have dismissed it as an isolated incident with more at play than a mere Windows update. But the comments were so persistent that he decided to investigate. Silent, still holding out on Windows 10, couldn't reproduce the issue on his machine or on his work machine, which was on an earlier version of Windows 11. On
Right.
both systems, the skimmer spawned in its normal place, and he was able to use a script to spawn one in and teleport into it. But he asked around a few people who had upgraded to the latest Windows, and all of them were able to reproduce the missing skimmer problem. Silent finally installed 24H2 in a virtual machine, and sure enough, the skimmer wasn't there. At this point, it seemed clear there was something happening with this update. But what could it possibly be? It was time to dive in and find out.
Yeah, that's
He
confusing.
used that same script to spawn a skimmer and teleport inside, at which point he was suddenly shot roughly 1 quadrillion light years into the sky. Well, there is your problem. Shortly after this, the game
Is it some sort of floating point calculation?
would lock up. So now he definitely knew something was going severely
Like, it's clearly spawning the skimmer, but it's spawning out of bounds.
wrong, but it was impossible to know at this point if it was a bug with the game or a bug with the new version of Windows. But the fact that the game froze did give him a starting point. He could see what code it was stuck in and work backwards from there. Specifically, it froze in a function called cPlane pre-render, where a while loop tries to make sure the angle of the plane's rotor blade is between 0 and 360 degrees. The angle is calculated from the rotor blade's speed, which was... yeah, that. A number so big that a loop subtracting from the angle until it was less than 6.28 would inevitably take a very long time.
Right.
But where did this massive rotor speed value come from? Well, the speed is calculated from various numbers, one of which happens to be proportional to the plane's altitude. So that solves the freeze at least. The plane being several light years above ground caused a domino effect that eventually resulted in the game effectively soft locking. But why was the plane spawning in so high? Well, the script he was using was able to make the vehicle spawn in at specific coordinates, so from there he could follow the code and see what was going wrong. The function that spawns cars, called cCarControl create car for script, doesn't actually put the vehicle exactly where you specify. The exact Z position, which in this game is the up and down axis, is recalculated using things like gravity, wheel suspension, and the 3D model's bounding box. This seemed like a good place to start looking. Taking a quick peek at the bounding box, Silent confirmed its Z value was indeed absurdly huge. But how? If this was run-of-the-mill memory corruption, it probably would have corrupted the whole bounding box, not just the Z value. There had to be something very specific going wrong.
Is it some like weird OpenGL thing? Or like DirectX change?
Silent traced the bounding box right back to the moment it gets read in from the disk and found that, at first, everything was fine. So it wasn't a problem inherent with the model data or how it was being imported. Eventually Silent tracked down the corruption to set up suspension lines, a function that adjusts a model's bounding box based on, well, a vehicle's suspension. The values used for suspension are in files called handling.cfg and vehicles.ide. The skimmer's entry in handling.cfg looked no different than any other, but then he noticed something peculiar in vehicles.ide. The skimmer was missing a few values. Now, to be clear, there are other vehicles missing these values too, but they were all marked as boats. The skimmer was the only one of these marked as a plane. As it turns out, these 4 missing numbers were all parameters for a vehicle's wheels, parameters that are also used when calculating a vehicle's suspension.
Right, and the seaplane doesn't have wheels, so it makes sense that it wouldn't have that.
Boats don't need them because boats don't have wheels, but planes do, and Silent wondered if this was the big problem.
Does a seaplane have wheels, though? Planes do, but does that plane have them? I would assume it doesn't.
Indeed, just adding 4 reasonable numbers to the entry made the skimmer work perfectly again. For an incredibly bizarre problem, the solution. But in San Andreas, for whatever reason, they changed the vehicle type to a plane, and presumably forgot that planes needed those extra 4 numbers.
But why did it become a problem now, then?
To be fair, this would have been an easy mistake to make because, I mean, the skimmer seemed to work fine, and continued to work fine for the next 20 years. But that in itself is a good question. Why wasn't this ever an issue before? Why did it only stop working now? Well, it all comes down to one of our favorite programming supervillains, uninitialized variables. Essentially, in C and C++...
my guess is the Windows update probably changed how uninitialized variables were being handled. And the boat calculation just doesn't worry about suspension, but planes do. So it was grabbing whatever the new uninitialized variables were going to be. That's what I think it's going to be.
When you declare a variable but don't set it to anything, its value is effectively random.
Yeah.
Technically, it's whatever was in that region of memory before, but under normal circumstances we have no idea what that is, so it may as well be random. When GTA loads in its vehicle data, in a function called loadVehicleObject, it doesn't do any checks to determine whether certain values have actually been set. It just assumes the data loaded from the file is valid and...
When did San Andreas come out? What year was this? Because that makes sense. 2004. Yeah, okay. That is how you would write a 21-year-old video game.
And uses those values no matter what. Since the boat code never touches those wheel values, they never end up causing a problem. But since the plane code does, being a random number can absolutely screw up the physics. So really, the reason this never caused a problem before was pure luck. For the past 20 years, these uninitialized values have just happened to be valid numbers that didn't cause the game any problems. It was only with Windows 11 24H2 that, for whatever reason, they suddenly did. Silent's permanent fix was simple. Just initialize those variables to reasonable defaults so that if a vehicle entry doesn't set them, they won't be anything crazy.
Sure.
This definitively fixes the issue, eliminating any problem that could conceivably be caused by missing values from vehicles.ide. But despite fixing the problem, there was still one question Silent wanted an answer to. He wanted to know exactly what changed in 24H2 to trigger this bug after all this time. In particular, he wanted to know if this was some kind of fault in Windows 11 or just an unfortunate coincidence. The first thing Silent did was compare the values of these uninitialized variables both before and after the update. After the update, they were corrupted garbage values as we know, but before the update, the value was 0.7, the same.
With it being such a normal value, I wonder where this is coming from. Because this feels like intentionally garbled data.
Number used for the actual wheel states of several other vehicles,
Yeah,
and the one Simon
yeah.
had chosen as the default to fall back to. But this seemed a little too perfect. How is it unwittingly arriving at exactly the right answer? To see when and why local variables change, we have to take a look at the stack, which is where local variable data is stored. Anytime a new function starts, it acquires a certain amount of stack space, and then relinquishes it just before it ends. But the data doesn't disappear when that stack space is released, it just gets marked as unused and therefore safe for other functions to overwrite with their own data.
Right.
If no other code touches that part of memory, it will remain exactly the same as it was before. If we zoom out, here's the code that calls load vehicle object. It's part of a bigger function that reads the config files in line by line using fgetS. fgetS is a standard C function, but inevitably the Windows implementation of it will make some internal Windows system calls. Indeed, before the 24H2 update, none of the code in the fgetS implementation happens to touch these uninitialized variables. It gets close, literally the set of bytes immediately afterwards are changed.
For my conspiracy theory, Rockstar paid them to bring the remaining players to GTA 5. So actually, on that note, have you ever seen like San Andreas multiplayer? And have you seen like the state that like it was in, I guess, before like I think like the official thing they were running, like the semi-official thing they were running, like shut down now. But like before it shut down, it like modern San Andreas multiplayer was basically GTA 5 multiplayer. Yeah, okay, there's like other servers running now, but like the guys who are running the main servers, they shut it down. But yeah, like San Andreas multiplayer actually kind of got crazy.
But not the ones that matter, so it just manages to get off scot-free. In practice, what this means is when the game loads in the set of bytes immediately afterwards are changed, but not the ones that matter, so it just manages to get off scot-free.
Wait, so what's your bet this was intentional, and they've just been relying on values not being changed all of this time?
In practice, what this means is when the game loads in the skimmer, the values just happen to be set to the completely valid values of the last vehicle it loaded, in this case the Top Fun van. This is why the numbers...
So if the first vehicle loaded was a skimmer, like if you replaced every single vehicle with a skimmer, I assume the game would have broken already.
...were surprisingly valid. But in the 24H2 update, Microsoft slightly altered some of these internal Windows system calls in a way that the new code ended up using slightly more of the stack than the old code. While before, these values just managed to stick around with a close shave, they were now being completely overwritten and inadvertently becoming the skimmer's new wheel parameters. Through this, Silent determined that no, this was not a fault in Windows. While undoubtedly a shame, when a function releases stack space, it's free real estate. By no means should code rely on being lucky enough that its uninitialized variables are valid numbers, and it was entirely Rockstar's fault that it did. To be fair, uninitialized variables like this are a common mistake. Viewers of this channel will probably know about LEGO Island's exit glitch. This is yet another bug where an uninitialized variable is a major contributing factor, and once again, the problem only rears its head on newer versions of Windows. There are also other more benign examples throughout the Grand Theft Auto series. In Vice City, the color for the money pickup text also happens to be uninitialized, and this would manifest in different ways on different platforms. On PS2, the color happened to be filled by the object's this pointer, making it a random but non-changing color. Meanwhile, on PC, it ended up being some garbage value that changed constantly, leading to the text color randomly flickering. A lot of people assumed that each pickup having its own unique color was a feature that happened to be broken on PC, but no, it was actually broken both times. It just happened to present differently on different platforms. But that raised one last question about San Andreas' skimmer seaplane bug. San Andreas was...
DC? Strim? Come back, Strim. Hello? Hello? We love disconnections. They are my favorite. Yeah. We're back. I think we should be back now. Yes. Okay.
It was actually broken both times. It just happened to present differently on different platforms. But that raised one last question about San Andreas' skimmer seaplane bug. San Andreas was not just a Windows game. It was also on Xbox and PS2, and throughout the years it was re-released on macOS, iOS, Android, Windows Phone, Fire OS, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and of course remastered for even more platforms just a few years ago. Silent found it hard to believe that across all of those re-releases, none of them ever triggered this bug. And indeed, he didn't have to dig far to discover that the original Xbox version back in 2005 did fix this bug, in basically the same way he did by initializing those variables to a reasonable number. The Xbox branch also happens to be the basis for most of the later ports, including some re-releases on PC. So no, this is not a bug that you'll encounter on most versions of the game, only if you happen to be using a version that Rockstar never patched. For those, it is, as it often is,
do you know what the release schedule of Cosmic is going to be? Oh, the release schedule of Cosmic is going to be like a GNOME. My understanding is going to be more of like a rolling update. I don't know if it's going to stabilize over the years, but initially I think it's just going to kind of work as it was already working during the alpha and beta, where they just release a new version every month or so. And that makes sense whilst things are like still very much a work in progress.
Up to the community to fix, and Silent will be including his fix in the next version of Silent Patch. But if you're encountering this bug and want it fixed right now, all you have to do is any text editor to add those missing values, and everything will just work. Issues like this are always fascinating. It really highlights how hard and impressive it is for Windows to maintain a decent level of backwards compatibility. No matter how innocuous a change may seem to be, you could easily end up inadvertently triggering a bug in someone else's code. I imagine Microsoft sometimes feels like they're walking on eggshells trying to keep everything working, and that every now and then they have to decide whether it's worth breaking one thing to improve something else. Thankfully, through modding, we can keep stuff running even when it does break. Special thanks to Silent for consulting and providing footage for this video.
I wonder if the game ever broke in similar ways under Proton. Oh, we DC'd again. God fucking damn it. Come on, we were good for the past 2 hours. Come on. Good for the past 2 or so hours, then it's like, nah, you wanna have 2 DCs in a row? Go fuck yourself.
He actually wrote a blog post about this bug earlier in the year that goes into even more technical detail. I'll link it in the description if you're interested. The blog post even got the attention of Microsoft veteran Raymond Chen, who just a few days ago wrote his own blog post about what prompted the change in Windows that ended up triggering this bug.
Wait, what? Wait, this was such a big thing that it got an official Microsoft blog post?
I'll link it in the description if you're interested. The blog post even got the attention of Microsoft veteran Raymond Chen, who just a few days ago wrote his own blog post about what prompted the change in Windows that ended up triggering this bug. I'll link that in the description as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye, guys.
Can you barbecue with nothing but sunlight? Well, yesterday in Australia, we probably fucking could. That was fun. Raymond does post about random fun insights. I see. Yeah, like when you're relying on, well, this is why it's so important to not rely on, like undefined values, on weird memory behavior. Like if you want a computer to do something, you need to specify the exact thing you want it to do. For you asked about video games, but you forgot that we were talking about the first communities to use MP4, MKV, and... Oh, no, I'm well aware that, like, early anime piracy had a lot of shit going on. But I also know that a lot of people also were, like, distributing around, like, very badly copied VHS tapes. Like, obviously, once digital formats became, like, an easier thing to use, probably most people swapped to it as quickly as possible. But, yeah. Like the rare things you actually have. Did I like this video? No, this is a good video. I like this. Like, one movie is 20 megabytes. I don't know why I wasn't subbed to Matt already. I've watched a bunch of his stuff before. What was this? I don't want to watch another Matt KC video, like, immediately after that. We might get back to that one after, but I don't want to watch 2 of them in a row. So I did want to check that out. Home Labs, How to Talk to Women. Porting Windows 98 to my Sega Dreamcast. What? Matt Casey binge stream. Now that's an idea. I think... where did it go? Where you... This one. I think we'll check this one out. I want to know how to talk to women. Well, good luck trying to find that one out.
Tourism.
Brother, we love anime tourists.
It's one of those things that gets tossed around a lot, especially when you're dealing with a lot of the more geeky hobbies.
Sure.
Video games, art, manga, name your medium of choice. It doesn't really matter.
Anime is mainstream as long as you watch the pre-approved list of just basic shonen stuff. As long as you watch My Hero, Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball, Attack on Titan, Death Note, if you want to watch something real spicy. No, Berserk OG, that's way outside the pre-approved list. Are you really asking Brody Robertson and Art User how to talk to women? Hey, I have like a 4% female audience.
Well, you're a big fella. Got any anime you could recommend for me?
What do we have in the background here? There's lots of what are probably eroge. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is this? Look at this dude!
I see.
What a unit, what a shirt!
You need. I see you need the taste of a true connoisseur.
True, yes.
What? Interspecies reviewer.
Yes.
Kiss ex-sister. My little sister shouldn't be this cute. You can eat the girl. Handshakers. Redo.
Okay. Handshakers is actually good. I like handshakers.
Healer. Onimai.
Onimai also. Go watch Onimai. Also, Gabriel's Dropout. Yes. Actually, base choice.
Gabrielle Dropout. Lucky Star. Secret Mission. Overflow.
Two of these things are not like the other things.
Ah, those are very nice.
I'm gonna go back.
Healer, Onimai, Gabrielle Dropout, Lucky Star, Secret Mission, Overflow.
Secret Mission and Overflow. I can't show either of those ones. I cannot show either of those ones.
Ah, those are very nice. I was thinking something more along the lines of Demon Slayer.
Cringe.
One Punch Man.
Yep.
Olympic Ponyo at this point. I can see my tastes aren't as well received. Exactly. My palate is far too advanced for the likes of these normies.
Power stance.
You mind if I check your hard drive? All right, now you took it too far. And it's one of those things that really starts to lose its luster because it gets tossed pretty much anytime there's a criticism of any little thing. But in a way, we can understand why a lot of these hobbies end up being gatekept so hard. Not everyone—
Speaking of gatekeeping, the whole Blue Archive thing that happened. The is it the same guy that did the Neurosummer video? Wait, maybe is it? Hold up. Oh, it is. Oh, this was entirely unintentional. Oh, yeah, okay. I actually didn't realize.
Everyone coming into these hobbies is really doing so with an open mind. You've got people waltzing on in, coming in demanding change, or gracing your timeline with not the best of opinion.
Are we oh, wait, no, I'm gonna find this post. I am gonna find this post because it was so fucking dumb. Oh my god. What was the account name from? I don't know if they deleted it. They might have deleted it. Nope, they did not delete it. Okay. So, they posted, are we surprised? This, I think, I don't know which generic gacha game it is. She says, thank you, senpai. And I guess was like, that's a weird thing to say. There's like no in between. Like nothing weird about this encounter. Like this is just how. Like this is just, it's like saying thank you, boss. That's all that was. Nothing special at all.
So because of how it's been in a lot of the pop media we tend to consume, it's not really that hard to understand why people get so antsy about new people coming into their hobbies. Because admittedly, it is annoying how somebody could come into a hobby for 10 seconds and then just start barking out orders about how it should change to accommodate them.
Fire Force discourse. Fire Force Tamaki discourse. That's all I'll say.
But it's like, you know, come on, relax, you've been here for 10 seconds. Now, I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm looking at this from the angle of anime, but this can be applied just as easily to pretty much any other hobby you can think of. So the way I see things when it comes to tourists is that they usually come in two groups. The first group is gonna be like your normal average person, somebody you could pick up out of a Walmart or a Target. These kinds of tourists are just people who might come into your hobby because they see a large gathering of people, they just want to see what they're interested in.
Sure.
Hi, I notice you have this hyperfixation, are you willing to share it with me? And these guys—
Sure, yeah, there's nothing wrong with someone who's like, I don't understand your hobby. Tell me about your hobby. Like, that is a totally normal thing. Hey, why are you wearing a big robot suit? What is that? How did you make it? What is that from? Like, there is nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Are totally okay.
Yeah.
Nobody really has a problem with these guys because they're a lot more respectful of the hobby as a whole. They will never come in and demand change or ask that you accommodate them.
Sure.
But then there's the second group of tourists that everybody actually has a problem with. These are the guys that come in and decide that for whatever reason what you're doing is bad. That you need to change things integral to your hobby to accommodate me. For whatever reason, they can't have it the way that you were doing it. It's a bit weird. Because, you know, you always gotta ask, like, okay, but why are you even here? If you didn't like it the way we're doing it, why did you come? The first group of people are generally a lot more respectable to the hobby itself. They don't want to change anything. They just want to see if it's their cup of tea. And that—
See, I was in Camp A at one point. I didn't like anime until, like, mid-high school. And then my entire life was ruined. I didn't like anime, and then somehow someone showed me Chaos Head, and that's what made me like anime. And then I watched High School of the Dead. Now, at the time, I was like 14, 15, 16, somewhere around that range. You show a high school boy High School of the Dead, and well, that's how you ruin their life. That's how we get to where we are now.
That's totally okay. But it's that second group that gets everybody's blood boiling. And those are usually the ones that end up being the loudest when all tourists are inevitably gatekept from the main parts of the hobby. But the more I see this happening, the more it really seems like gatekeeping isn't really such a bad thing. And I think one of the biggest misunderstandings with the idea of gatekeeping your hobbies is the idea that because you gatekeep it, it therefore cannot grow. Which isn't true even in the slightest. Gatekeeping does not mean a hobby cannot evolve, because it's actually a sign of the opposite. See, whenever you guys enter a new hobby, everything you see right there presented in front of you is a direct result of everything that preceded it.
Yes.
To spit on everything now is to disrespect on everything there was before. Like, you can't generally just start running around and then...
I will say the Akira thing is kind of overdone. Like... It's fun to see. It's kind of died down now, but for a while, it was very, very, very kind of like the whole the Yamcha death, right? It's it's been memed on so many times.
Disrespecting things that are core aspects of whatever hobby you decided to enter. Which brings us back to the man of the hour. Or should I say, the men of the hour. The anime men.
I didn't think we'd be talking about these people again. Oh my fucking god.
Now, I'm not gonna rehash what you already know. So to keep it the most bare bones and brief way I can, you've got a bunch of dudes that came out during the
Doraemon got an F.
COVID era and started reviewing a lot of the core animes that are basically just the quintessential ones to the anime hobby as a whole. Long story short, they shit on ones like Astro Boy, ones that served as inspirations for a lot of the ones you could see now.
Yeah, if you say, I have my issues with Super, and I think a lot of people have issues with Super, but if you cannot understand how influential both Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z were to all of the things that you like, I don't know what to say to you. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z are basically the foundational principles of a modern shonen series. Battle shonen wouldn't exist in the state it's in without this series.
But before we continue, I do have to point something out. I'm gonna teach you guys something called environmental storytelling.
Oh.
Blinders are up, indicating you willfully let light into the room. His hair is washed, feet cleaned with nails trimmed, light muscle meaning he goes to the gym, not a crumb of dirt on the floor with a completely unstained carpet. No one with this level of
Wait, I'm gonna hear that again.
Out. I'm gonna teach you guys something called environmental storytelling. Blinders are up, indicating you willfully let light into the room. His hair is washed, feet cleaned with nails trimmed, light muscle meaning he goes to the gym, not a crumb of dirt on the floor with a completely unstained carpet. No one with this level of accountability to their personal appearance or the space they exist in would have given you any decent opinion on anime.
He's saying they're not degenerate enough to give a good anime opinion. You know what? I can respect that, actually. Now, look, I will say that you should probably go to the gym. Now, I don't as much as I should, but the rest of it I will agree with. If you don't have at least a couple of anime figures, a couple of anime posters, I don't know, some plushies, something, at least an anime wallpaper, I don't trust your opinion on anime, at all.
After a certain point, you just gotta blame yourself. There is a reason that the default for an anime convention is to remind patrons to take a shower, put on deodorant. Because guess what? That guy that you see is nothing more than a Reddit build neckbeard.
What a lad.
That signature stank he has emanating off of him to the point where if you enter a 200-foot radius, that red counter you didn't even know you had starts taking...
I never knew a true otaku that goes to the gym. Do you want to know the real thing? Do you want to know the real truth? You can watch anime on the treadmill. Maybe you shouldn't watch Ishizoku reviewers, but you can watch anime on the treadmill.
Up that slightly sticky body pillow with a girl of questionable age in a jar somewhere in his room?
We're not gonna get into Noriyukami Udekuim discussions again. No, we're not doing that. That was a dumb discourse.
Oh yeah. He's the one they make anime.
Yeah, now that's an anime fan.
For. You will almost never want to encounter this sort of person in any sort of a social situation, but if you ever need an anime recommendation, you know he's got that good. But what makes this type of tourism the most upsetting is that it inherently makes...
Yeah, let me bring up Sephiroth's sword. Let's see what he's posted on his Twitter recently. What is... Let's see. Let's see if we can find something fun. Here we can, yes, it's a Christmas lesson.
This is the Japanese lesson of the week. This week's lesson is Santa-san. Santa-san refers to Santa Claus, or as Westerners call him, Santa Claus. But I prefer to call him Santa-san. And the way he is depicted in Japan is very subarashi. He is a jolly older man who wears red and brings gifts to children on Christmas. And in Japan, children tend to receive one gift on Christmas from Santa-san. My favorite depiction of Santa-san
that was the Colonel.
Gift on Christmas.
I didn't notice that.
Christmas from Santa-san. My favorite depiction of Santa-san is by Sega's Segata Sanshiro, where he gives the children a Sega Satan to play Sega games on, which shows that even Santa-san knows about the superiority of Japanese video games. And that is super sugai. So maybe this Christmas, you can celebrate it the Japanese way, and have some Christmas keiki while you're waiting for Santa-san to bring you your gifts. So now you know about Santa-san and Christmas in Japan. And if you want to learn more Japanese, there is the Iago app. Iago uses fun visual novel stories with kawaii characters to teach you Japanese, which makes you more motivated and engaged in learning the Japanese language, and in turn memorize the lessons more efficiently. And your chef-sama is included as well, so go give Iago a try and level up your Japanese skills. Arigato for attending my class, my students. And be sure to request a video from me on Cameo, which is now on sale for the holidays.
Wow.
Matane!
I love Sephiroth's sword. This guy's an absolute fucking unit. Oh, right. I forgot he did this.
The darkest of night falls around my
I'm
soul.
gonna play this.
And the hunter within loses control. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. This demon inside has a hold of me, clenching its power, trying to break free. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me. Hold it fast, they've been dancing on this. Branded by fire on the abyss. Red hot temper, I just can't resist all this vengeance inside me. All these thoughts running through my head. I'm on fire, face burning red. Frustration is getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger. Embrace the darkness that's within me.
Now this is a true anime fan.
No sense. Like, you just showed up 10 seconds ago. Why does the entire hobby need to change to accommodate you? Remember, there isn't anything stopping what you want from existing. You got into something like anime using insert pop media, yet it exists alongside what you intended to change. The fact that you're here at all proves it. Every animation, every ninja fight, every slice of life, every artist dumping thousands of hours into the medium just to give you a smile, culminated at the point that you flicked on the first part 1 of 30 for an anime episode, and I would not rob you of that. Like, listen,
Well, if you're watching anime now, you're not watching one of 30s. That's long since dead. Now there's plenty of streaming sites that have everything. We are well past that point. People never understand the early anime streaming.
understand, you might not like what's behind door number 1, but you don't need to remove the door. Like, listen, it's not your cup of tea. You have doors 2, 3, 4, and 5, and those might better suit your tastes. The idea of you being here means that we can keep what's integral to the medium without having to destroy it at every turn.
That was fun. I like this guy's videos. I miss the old school fan. Yeah. Let me see. Let's see what we can find. Old school anime fan subs. There's like a really good picture of a bunch of attack names for a series. Was it for One Piece? One Piece attack fan subs. Oh, what's the picture? Because this is one of them, but there's like a big collection of subs. Like, you're never gonna get this again. Look, there's steam coming off of the subs. This will never happen again. Let's see if we can find some other examples. Do you have the picture? That is exactly what I was looking for. Yes. So you give me a second. Buraku. Look at this. Like, there was so much fun that fan subbers were having. You're like, nowadays it's all about just like clear readability. I did see one bit of fan subbing not long ago where it like when a character walked in front of the screen, it like hid some of the text, and that was neat, but you're never gonna see something like this again. And many would explain, yeah, that's like the prime example of that. Prime example being the Death Note one. Just according to Keikaku means plan. This was a stupid one. That shouldn't have been there at all. But like there were a lot of them like that. Like you would see especially when good examples anytime that you had people playing yeah, anytime people were playing like Shitty Tori, nowadays what you end up seeing happen is people like translate the words into English, and it ends up deleting a lot of the puns that are actually within the original text. Nowadays translations are about to put things they don't say. Yes, this is very true. Very, very, very true. There's a One Punch Man one there. Unwritten rules Australians follow. Do we watch another Australia video? Another American being confused about Australia? Making lightning in a bottle with a particle accelerator. Oh. And I haven't played PoE 2 in... When did I last play PoE 2? Probably, I don't even know, probably like a good couple of months. Maybe like, I think I played it when it first came out. Did we watch this one? I don't think we watched this one. The hidden cost of clean design. I think we watched a different one about clean architecture. But I don't think we watched this. Also, this is a very modern picture. Look at this. We have Mori Calliope. Winamp in 2025. Actually based. Actually insanely based.
This is macOS, a beautiful and convenient operating system for work and creativity.
Where's all the color? Why are you using grayscale icons?
Why does the creative class love Apple devices so much? A consistent interface?
I would say because they're easy. You just buy a device and it works. You generally don't have to fiddle with anything. Everything's kind of just... It gets the software out of the way.
Speed, reliability, but that's not the main reason. Look at this. This is Apple Music, a typical Apple interface. Do you like it?
No. I hate it.
Well, it gives you the ability to listen to almost any track ever released. From a functional standpoint, it's magnificent.
Sure.
But now look at this.
Yeah, now that is a media player.
This is Winamp. You can also listen to music on it, but it has something more. There's a reason why almost 30 years after its release, even after several redesigns, this design is still remembered. These two interfaces don't just look different. They represent two fundamentally different worldviews. If you want to understand a generation, don't listen to what its witnesses say. Look at what it creates. This is Windows XP, as we remember.
Oh, man. This is my first experience using a computer.
It from 30 years ago. But beyond this nostalgic image, it was, by modern standards, a terribly unstable system. And its instability wasn't just about errors. You could accidentally break the system because its architecture allowed you to remove protection from system folders and delete files essential for its operation. And then there was the zoo of devices that required drivers which would break with every system update. By today's standards, the entire system was not just terribly designed, but all your work, all your data was under constant threat of being lost. Windows had a problem. It was the most popular operating system in the world. The user base was growing, new audience segments were emerging, and the computer was expected to perform more and more functions. Every major
It was changing from being a device to being an changing from being like a computing device to being an appliance. And that's the way people look at computers now. They don't care what it is underneath. For them, it is the computer. If something goes wrong, maybe they'll take it to a repair shop, but very likely they just buy a new computer. You don't have people replacing parts. You don't have people, even like basic things like RAM or drives. It is a microwave. It is an oven. It is a dishwasher. And even these things didn't used to be like as appliancey as they used to be. But I would say probably in the past 20 years, computers have been going down the appliance route. Liz Desert at the time was not really a thing. It was a horrible experience.
The so-called service packs try to include new software and new features, but Microsoft couldn't keep up with all the basic needs. For example, Internet Explorer couldn't figure out how to invent tabs, so everything had to be kept in separate windows. And
I didn't even realize it didn't have tabs back then. What the fuck?
for a long time, Windows Media Player lacked the basic function of a media library. So what did users do? They looked for alternatives. Someone had to solve these problems, and in the case of music, it was Justin Frankel, an American programmer from Arizona, and Dmitry Boldyrev, a Russian developer who created the first version of Winamp in 1997. Just two developers, yet many features we now take for granted were established back then. Drag and drop playlists, an equalizer, visualizations, a modular architecture. And importantly, Frankel himself designed the interface. Frankel was earning tens of thousands of dollars a month. But how if Winamp was free? A modest donate $10 button. And despite the relatively small user population at the time, thousands of users clicked and donated because it was, by a huge margin, the best way to listen to music.
Well, this is also why Chrome got adopted so quickly as well. Chrome had a lot of things that IE just didn't have at the time. And, well, it also helps that they were advertising it. Oh, the best experience with Google is on Chrome. Like, that obviously helped as well. But IE being how bad IE was. The problem with IE, though, is because it had such dominance beforehand, there were a lot of sites, a lot of government websites that specifically required some of the broken implementations that IE had. Like, there were sites that specifically only worked in that browser because Microsoft went way off standard.
On a PC. We've already listed the landmark features that set it apart from the system player and others. But any software is not just about features, it's also about the interaction with them. The llama jingle, the famous funny sound at the program's launch.
Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass.
And Justin Frankel named his company Nullsoft, an ironic jab at Microsoft. These kinds of deeply personal details were everywhere. They weren't necessary at all, but Justin was making something he wanted to use himself. Something that wasn't good by objective metrics, but was cool and fun to him with his own unique authorial vision.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe something else was better, but also, well, firstly, Winamp was actually better than a lot of things at the time, but it had substance. It wasn't just a media player. It was something that you could feel the designer's intentions with, the designer's soul in it. It wasn't just something that was like made to feel like a corporate Trello board. It was, hey, I want to make this because this is something that I want myself. It had the add-on psychedelic. Yeah, you gotta love visualize. I kind of wish those came back more as a thing.
And this permeated everything, from the features that seemed convenient to the design that mimicked real buttons, all in a bright color scheme that he found pleasing. This interface doesn't look modern to us. Why? Because it has character and style. The modern approach offers a clear narrative. The best interface is the one you don't notice. We don't associate character with functionality.
Yeah, which also leads to problems where none of these are buttons. Like, you know they are buttons because you've clicked on them and you've, like, worked out they are buttons. But none of these are styled as buttons. And this is a problem that permeates a lot of modern design. There is, I've tried to use applications in the past, and I have to, like, click around to try to find what is interactable, because there is nothing clearly, like, and GNOME goes down this route as well. I really fucking hate it. Nothing is clearly a button here. Now, what I know, all of these are buttons. This is a button. This review thing is a button, but there is nothing about this interface that tells you what it is.
The best interface is the one you don't notice. We don't associate character with functionality. For us, the opposite is true. And this is the main difference between us and the geek designers of the mid-90s. They saw no...
Yes, that is actually a good point. The people designing software in the 90s were software developers. The people designing software now are designers who've only ever witnessed modern design. Modern design is, like, I've said this before. People have argued, like, oh, well, obviously modern design is good. Look at how many designers they have. But consider what they have as contemporary design examples. Just because someone has a degree in design doesn't mean they know how to make a good design. They might know how to fill out UX metrics. They might know how to make something like optimize, view time and optimize click-through rate. But that doesn't mean they know how to make a good interface. looks different. Yeah, it looks different from functionality. And then we get into the problem again, like I was saying before, where you have buttons where they are not clearly buttons.
Contradiction between startling functionality, usability, and their own character. They even saw benefits in it, and for good reason. Take the design of Windows XP. It replaced the outdated Windows 98 and was completely new at the time, but the trend was towards more character, not minimalism. Yet in terms of usability, XP was far ahead of 98, as it was in technical specs. And
then you go into Vista, and I actually think that's what changed their course. When they released Vista, Vista's not bad. The main problem that Vista had is they overestimated the kinds of systems people would have by the time that Vista came out. Because if you had, I think, like 8 gigs of RAM, which basically no one did, but if you had 8 gigs of RAM back on Vista, Vista was perfectly fine. But a lot of people were running like 1, 2, maybe 4 gigs. And in that case, Vista was fucking cooked. Windows ME was very good for gaming, but you had to know what to do comparing to 98 and 2K. Right, I see.
to this day, it looks unique and is recognizable from a distance by its very distinctive elements. All technologies emerge as innovations, but over time they
Mate, charge your fucking phone.
become familiar and invisibly natural. But true character and uniqueness, even as generations of technology pass, can never become obsolete. It is definitionally timeless. Winamp and XP have left our lives, but even 30 years later, users create simulators and emulators.
Well...
to, at the very least, bring back the external attributes of that time. And I dare say enjoy these unique design solutions. And this philosophy penetrated even the most conservative, most corporate corners of the digital world. How should software for documents look? Probably serious, without distractions.
Again, what is a button here? If you were not aware of modern interface design, what are buttons? This is a button. This is clearly a button. These are clearly buttons. This is a button. This is a button. Maybe you might think, like, the arrow is a button. Maybe. But you only know that these are buttons because you know these are buttons, because you've played with the software and are aware of what a button in a modern application is. But nothing here besides like the ones that are colored. This is why I really hate people who say, "Oh, KDE has like too much like borders between stuff." Yeah, it should, because that's how you indicate what is a button.
But this is an assistant, a living paperclip with eyes. Clippy. Why?
Because
he wasn't just given the function of an assistant. He was given a personality, an annoying, intrusive one, but a personality nonetheless. Because the creators believed that working with a soulless document could be a little more human. They tried to build a friend inside the most boring program on Earth. They failed in terms of usability, but they succeeded in creating something unforgettable, and that captures the entire spirit of that era. Let's look at these few interfaces. These are far more functional voice assistant spirit of that era. Let's look at...
I would debate on the functional for this, because I can barely read this text. What a fucking mess this is. What, like... all of this just kind of blends in.
At these few interfaces, these are far more functional voice assistants with artificial intelligence.
Okay, sure, the voice assistant, yeah, okay, I'll give you.
They are infinitely more useful, but they are also infinitely more boring. And this isn't just visual, they are, by their very nature, incredibly bland. It's part of their protocol to be neutrally supportive. Minimalism and functionalism extend to the very character of what we can call intelligence. These are interfaces and designs created by different cultures. At least cultures with fundamentally different value-based approaches to design. Will this ChatGPT interface be remembered in the same way we remember Clippy? Only as a visual backdrop in a conversation about a breakthrough technology. These interfaces are simple, and simple is a crucial word for us now. Simple to learn, predictable interfaces, like LLM chats. I think this says more about the modern approach to design than anything else, more than the simplified settings menu in macOS 26 or the identical messaging apps. AI is an incredible technology that has already transformed our experience with information, a technology that gives us hope we haven't seen since the invention of electricity. But is that optimism visible in these interfaces? We see them literally everywhere every day, but they have no character. They simply don't have the task of conveying that optimism, of having their own vibrancy. And what's worse, they have the opposite task, to be completely invisible and simple. Now, of course, we understand.
You can't even change the refresh rate and scale. You can't change the scaling? Sorry, you can't change the scaling. Wait, so what if your eyesight's bad? Do you have to just use a magnifier? There's no, that can't be right. Surely not. Lower the resolution of your display. That can't be right. That's insane.
And that adding character to a design can come at the cost of broad audience reach. And reach, adoption, and loyalty are direct predictors of revenue. And that's probably normal. But look at these examples. A single thread runs through...
Let me give you another example. Bonzi buddy. I wanted an excuse to show Bonzi buddy.
Them all, an attempt to make it human. Sometimes more corporately, reaching out to the user with friendliness, sometimes through an authorial approach, but everywhere there is a desire to...
Wait, I'm sorry. We're gonna examine this dog again.
Runs through them all, an attempt to make it human. Sometimes more corporately, reaching out to the user with...
So is this implying that its skin is a suit? Oh, and it's true. macOS scaling philosophy. Apple aims for consistent physical element size across display. Not always perfect. Pixel scaling. Sometimes rendering content blur if the monitor isn't a perfect pixel doubling match, like Apple's own. Okay, that's a design choice.
Friendliness, sometimes through an authorial approach, but everywhere there is a desire to make it individual and to evoke an emotion. They could have simply not done it, but the geek creators did. Yes, maybe you don't find it beautiful, but it is interesting, unique, not boring. And that in itself says an awful lot. Look at the websites, services, and applications we use. You are not just looking at visuals, you are looking at manifestations of different perceptions of the world, different beliefs and faiths, beliefs about who we are and how we should think, perceive, and exist. All the modern, convenient, minimalist interfaces with identical elements built on identical design systems, this is the belief that function must lead form, that the best interface is no interface, that we have made a huge leap forward by understanding affordance and learning to apply it everywhere. And that we are so clever for being able to cut away everything superfluous and unnecessary, maintaining maximum simplicity and universality. If you try to boil it all down to one thing, what do you think happened? I'm sure you thought about functionalism and the growth of the industry, maybe about corporations and the data-driven approach, or about the importance of technology and features, since we're talking about the design of features in the tech sphere. The truth is, Microsoft was already a mega corporation in the early 2000s, but it made the Luna design for Windows XP. And
again, it's people that were
in the early 2000s, but it...
Like, this is an interface that was designed for people. Modern design is an interface that is designed for metrics. It is, like, this is not the most optimal design, but it is pleasant to look at. When you design based on click-through rate and metrics, you will design something far more optimal. But when that's your focus, you're going to lose a lot of character.
Made the Luna design for Windows XP. And the corporation AOL bought Winamp because it was a truly valuable asset. I'll go even further. Duolingo, with its awful owl and annoying green color, that's also a corporation. Yet it's a modern and vibrant brand with a character that, while obnoxious, is still a character.
Fall apart when
No, we clearly see that people are still drawn to personalities, to uniqueness. How much easier it is to promote products through a personal brand than to promote the brand itself, especially if it's minimalist and safe. There is nothing in the world of money or in the world of technology that makes it impossible for the interface of ChatGPT, Notion, or Apple Music to have its own character. We can make vibrant and unique designs. The main...
Well, even YouTube used to be like this, right? Like, YouTube back in, do you remember when YouTube had, like, custom channel backgrounds? I've shown this before. Like, early YouTube, where you could do stuff like this. Where you could make your channel page. This is something that just would never exist now. But it let people really, like, define how they wanted to present their own content. And it's so sad that, like, yeah, modern YouTube is designed to get you to click on metrics, get you to click on things, get you to engage with the content, but it's lost that charm. Like, even the player, this is a totally functional player, but all of the design charm is gone from what it used to be back then.
Accept fact is that the key change that brought us to where we are is that we, as a society, no longer need it. We have different priorities. But it's important to remember that another path exists. All the interfaces around us very clearly and coherently broadcast. We are more efficient, more technological, better and simpler. But at the same time, terribly boring and devoid of individuality. It's great and interesting to look at old software made in the era before the religion of minimalism and functionalism was established. The problem is that time has passed, and using most of these technologies is simply inconvenient. Why did this particular religion become the common ground for everyone? Is Apple solely to blame? And how is this similar to the story of the invention of standardized shipping containers? We talk about that in another video. You can watch it by clicking the link. There you will understand that I'm not saying it was good then and bad now.
Wait, that's a bit of a segue.
Not trying to contrast the approaches. I'm simply showing examples that prove that design is not just how something looks. It's about which world we choose to believe in.
I think one of the valid reasons to do away with customization is that you just tend to make web pages fucked up, but okay, there is a legitimate reason to do it. Let me see if I can, I think it's in my main channel suggestions, actually. Click jacking. Where is it? Where's the thing? Like, there are legitimate reasons to not let people just do random stuff on the web. Because you can do some things that you shouldn't be able to do. Like, this is all made with CSS and SVGs. Let me show you another example, actually. Where is it? No, this one I want to jump to. Welcome to CSS Clicker. Your goal is to build a website and level it up, blah, blah, blah. This game is written entirely in HTML and CSS. No JavaScript or server-side code is used. It's a fuck you to people claiming HTML and CSS aren't programming languages. Now, just... It is an actual clicker game. I'm going to, where's the setting? I'm going to turn the music off. Mute the audio. There we go. Thank you. This is an actual clicker game. Built... Oh. It's not going to change it because of Linux stuff. Built entirely CSS, HTML. I was seriously talking about users who design their profiles in really dumb ways, making certain things hard to see or harder. No, that makes sense as well. That also makes sense. But like, there are so many reasons to not let people write custom CSS. I just want to get to 1,000, and then we'll go off of this. And I want my gaming mouse. Now it doesn't save your settings, obviously. But yeah, full on game, and this mess here, which is SVG and CSS. Yeah. Why is everyone moving away from Nvidia? I don't think their charts are telling you that. They're like one of the most expensive companies in the world right now. So, yeah. Wait, is this the Australia ID thing? Oh, it's 30 minutes long. You know, I think maybe we'll watch this and then end off the stream. We haven't watched anything on the Australia social media ban. I don't know how we haven't. Why are you in 480p? Why is your highest quality 480p? Sorry.
Australia.
Oh my god, this is gonna be an interesting one. Okay. Okay, it's intentionally filmed like this. Wait, is all of it... Hold up. Are all of his videos filmed intentionally at 480p, or is it just that one?
Let's say, hypothetically, you are feeling drained, you are feeling overwhelmed.
No, he normally does 4K videos. This one is like, you know what? Fucking let's just go 480p. You know what? Actually can fully respect that. Lovely. Oh, the video's not playing now. Okay, that's weird. Oh, it goes into widescreen eventually. I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll check this one out. Ugh. It's optimized for Australian internet speed. Yeah. Well, I actually had a couple of websites. I had one, two, Reddit and Blue Sky and Discord. Both of those asked me to verify my age. Everything else was just like, you like Linux content. There is no fucking world where you're a child. I think Blue Sky also did it for everyone. Discord, I don't know. Discord, they were like, maybe you're a child. I don't fucking know. Luckily, though, they do let you do selfies. And, like, for me, the only accounts that they age verified me on are ones that I'm public on anyway. So, like, if you have a picture of an account I'm publicly using, people know what my face looks like. If they required my ID, I would have just left Blue Sky, though.
Australia has just banned social media for people under the age of 16. Or at least that's the headline. The actual story is so...
Yeah, kids are getting around it so much.
So much messier. It's so much bigger than just Australia, and so much more than just a ban. This is a world-first piece of regulation. The first time we have actually seen big tech be put in its place. Or at least, that's what I thought.
What about the UK? Is the UK's law different? I assumed it was basically the same thing.
Because here's the thing. On one hand, it looks like an obvious win. Social media is the new smoking, and the world is ready to wake up.
If you think it's an obvious win, you are like so disconnected from reality. Yeah, it's an obvious win to encourage to make every single website in Australia request a user ID. That is a prime way to get people used to handing over their ID. And I'm not even talking about like digital ID. I'm talking about scam websites. If you normalize handing over your ID, scam websites are gonna use that as a way to get people's IDs. Let alone the fact that, there's already been a data breach at Discord where they leaked a bunch of people's IDs. There's the big Pornhub breach that happened a couple of days ago where supposedly they have like millions upon millions of user records and like account history. So, like, no, I don't think it's an obvious win for random websites to just have your ID.
And rein it in. It's been praised by world leaders and celebrities, watched like a hawk, and of course, embraced by the author who got the snowball rolling, Jonathan Haidt. But on the other hand, the idea of a social media ban has attracted some unexpected critics. Experts in mental health, technology, and communication. In fact,
cybersecurity professionals, human rights advocate groups.
Late last year, over 140 of them got together to write an open letter to Anthony Albanese and the Labour government to say, please don't do this. There are better options. We agree that the problem that you've identified is a problem, but a complete ban is not the solution. So,
again, it also didn't work. Kids are like, there are kids that are getting there. So here's the fun thing. There are no punishments for the kids or the parents. So a lot of parents are just IDing, like using their face to ID their kids. Also, there's kids that have like older cousins and like an uncle, right? Like if one of my nephews came up to me, I was like, can I use your face to ID? I'm like, I don't fucking care. Like, it is what it is. This is like it. Whenever Australia implements something, it is implemented in the laziest, easiest way possible.
Going on. It looks like this story is going to go global, and it is definitely worth us investigating. And on a personal level, it is weirdly dense with my interests. How technology affects mental health, the impact of social media on young people, the regulation of
this
big
is such
tech,
a weird video to have in
propaganda wars from
480p.
media companies and governments, critiquing concentrated power, and even my
Sorry, I'm just gonna pause this for a moment. Is this actually in 480p? Or is it just not showing it to me? Because this, like, now they're actually showing text. I'm just gonna make sure that it actually...
Australia has just...
Yeah, okay, it actually is in 480p. Just had to be sure. Had to be sure it wasn't YouTube just breaking on something.
Propaganda wars from media companies and governments, critiquing concentrated power, and even my home country. But despite my closeness to every one of these topics, clarity didn't feel close at all.
Prime Minister here, and I want to speak to you directly about something very important.
My aim with this video is to understand how to understand this issue.
Sure.
Because I think that's the biggest problem. There's this beautiful line in Naomi Klein's Doppelganger where she's talking about all of the various injustices within the world, and she says that the problem isn't that we don't know about these things. The problem is that we don't know how to know them. We don't have a model that makes us feel like we can do something or makes us feel like we are active participants in history, or that any of this information has any kind of significance beyond it just being news. And to me, the social media ban, as it's called, is the perfect embodiment of a very, very murky.
It's like the machete ban. So in Victoria, they have a machete ban. But the thing is, and they have like these bins where you can like dispose of your machetes. But the list of reasons to have a machete, like there's like 100 different justifiable reasons, but it's being marketed as a ban, as if it's like you can just say, oh, I need it for horticulture. Like, I just need it for farming. And that's a valid reason. And, like, a lot of things in media get, like, marketed in, like, the most extreme way possible.
Nuanced issue.
From December 10, if you're under 16, you're no longer allowed to have a social media account.
Sure.
You'll know better than anyone what it's like growing up with algorithms, endless speeds, and the pressure that can come with that.
And you don't. And you don't. How old is Albo? Fucking Albo is 62. He was born in 1963. Okay. When was Australia's first commercial internet provider? 89. So he was 26 when we got the internet.
So on paper, it is a social media ban for children under the age of 16. And within that, we have three definitions. Firstly, we have social media, which...
Why ban machetes? Australia likes to ban whatever is used in a crime. So there was like some mass killing with a machete. Therefore, if you ban the machete, people won't be able to kill people. But you never address the problem. It's always address the thing that was used in the situation.
Refers to 10 specific websites.
Oh yeah, also the social media ban doesn't include a bunch of other things that kids actually are using.
At the moment, it has the usual suspects: Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok. But the list itself is not static. It will change as new social medias, things like Yope, which has come in to dominate the market, start to get a bit more traction. They will also very likely...
That's some like Zoomer, Gen Alpha,
so that's
social media.
Then we get to the word ban, which just means complete restricted access. You just cannot use it. And this is set to be done by the companies themselves to geo-lock and age-lock themselves out of Australia. The fine
The companies have to take reasonable precautions. A lot of them are doing it in a very lazy way. I thought kids are mostly Instagram and TikTok. For the most part, yeah.
Is just under 50 million Australian dollars for companies who don't act in line with the legislation. Then we get to the definition that is deceptively simple. For children under the age of 16.
Right.
What does that mean? Now, that might sound like a stupid question, but it's actually kind of terrifying when you think about it. To be under the age of 16 in this definition doesn't just mean that you are under the age of 16.
Right.
It means that you are provably under the age of 16. And that provably can be a very slippery slope. This gets real weird when you look into the actual mechanics of who verifies their age. Is it the government? No, it's the companies. It's the private companies. They've put the onus on them.
Again, the Australian approach to every problem is do it in the laziest way possible. When Australia banned piracy websites, do you want to know how they did the ban? Because if you know anything about tech, you will understand immediately why this is stupid. They went to the ISPs and had the ISP's DNS block the website. You could just swap DNS. And if you're using a VPN is going to do that DNS swap for you. So it literally has done nothing.
It's weird, man. We'll get to why later. But first, I want to be fair. I want to go through the best arguments for the ban, and the best arguments against the ban. In a good faith interpretation, the story goes something like this. Social media is bad for your brain. Social media is bad for teenage brains.
Sure.
One of the most harrowing stories about Facebook's complicity with the erosion of teenage mental health takes place in Australia. From the Facebook whistleblower, Sarah Wynne Williams, when she describes an advertising executive trying to sell more beauty products to teenage girls. The strategy is to target them when their self-esteem is at their lowest, because that is when they're most likely to purchase, is what he's saying. And the way that they identify...
That is a really smart... Look, maybe their moral compass is a little bit skewed, but that's a real smart marketer.
When a teenage girl is feeling at her lowest self-esteem wise is when she has just deleted a photo of herself from Instagram. I'm feeling good, no likes, now I feel terrible, beauty ad. Buy this makeup, it'll complete you. It's horrible, man, horrible. Social media being bad for teenage health is a very believable premise.
Sure.
It needs a lot more nuance and evidence than what has been provided, but from a political point of view or a layperson's point of view, it's a very digestible narrative. The solution, says the Albanese government, is therefore complete abstinence from these god-awful platforms. That god-awful's...
As we know, abstinence always works. There is never a situation where you encourage abstinence and then... It doesn't lead to people doing it anyway, whether that be alcohol, cigarettes, recreational drug use, sex. Pick your poison.
A conjecture, by the way. I do agree with that. Now, there is a lot to say about a complete ban as a solution, but before...
Also, I do like the until 16. The 16 part's interesting because it's not until 18. So Australia, we have like a mixed age of consent. The age of consent is technically 16, but like it's more for like Romeo and Juliet law stuff. If you're actually wanting to protect kids, the number should be 18. But it's one of it's one of these things where it's such a badly thought out solution.
Before I get to any criticism, I do just want to steel man that as well. I think one of the better arguments for that would be Coke versus Pepsi. So it was the 80s and Pepsi had a Coke problem. Didn't we all?
16 is the age of social media consent, yeah.
And what they were finding is that a lot of people were drinking Coke and not drinking Pepsi. However, if they had drunk Pepsi before Coke, if they drunk Pepsi when they were younger, they would find that they would stay with Pepsi.
Right.
And then Coke found the same thing with Coke. They found whatever got to the child first stayed with the adult first. So knowing this, they were able to move a whole lot of advertising budget and direct it straight at kids. That's not evil. And
I used to drink Coke as a kid. I swapped to Pepsi Max. I'm not a big like a soft drink drinker anyway, but I see what he's saying here. But yeah.
Big tech giants, the Zucks of this world, have done something similar.
I'll give you a Zuck.
They try get in first, become the platform of choice, get in before the person's brain is totally formed.
Get them on Snapchat when they're 3.
They've got them for life. So this legislation effectively threatens the entire business model for these giants. If somebody else gets there before they do, they don't get their lifers. They age out. Instead of retaining power for another generation, their critical window of influence is taken by somebody else. Somebody hopefully with better ethics and better morals.
Wow! This is... I hope he gets this, but what's happening with the social media ban is... Yes, then maybe... Look, firstly, it's not working. The kids are, like, mocking Albo on TikTok. Like, you have fucking 10-year-olds who are like, I didn't get banned. It thought I was 27. So you have that, firstly. But secondly, if, like, initially when kids thought they were going to get banned in the days leading up to it, because this started just before the school holidays, people were joining platforms that have basically no moderation. So whilst Facebook has a lot of issues, and whilst Twitter and Twitch and Kick have all of these issues, you know about these platforms, and they're platforms where you can hold them accountable. When it's some random little platform that just appeared out of nowhere, run out of, I don't know, fucking China, or so, look, maybe not even China, just like pick some random country that just doesn't give a shit about Australian law. Like, they're not gonna care. For all the problems that Facebook has, you can get in contact with Facebook. You can actually have a discussion with them. You're not having a discussion with some random little thing that doesn't give a shit about your law. Yeah, most of them didn't have mods. I remember IRC channels in the 90s having mods already. Exactly, yeah. A lot of these platforms are way worse moderated than what you have from the mainstream social media.
In the language of the Pepsi Cola wars, this could make Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok neither Coke nor Pepsi, but instead Sam's Cola, LA Ice, and Dr. K. Could the Pepsi and Coke be a decentralized alternative? Maybe something offline?
What is this
Well,
metaphor?
that brings us to our third charitable interpretation. And that is the implication. The implication that you can regulate big tech or boss them around. I think it's kind of cool, if for nothing else, other than pushing the Overton window on what's possible for regulation from a staunchly anti-monopoly lens.
So we've tried this in the past. What ends up happening, if you piss off a big social media platform and you're a smaller country, like Australia is not, we're not a tiny country, but we are a much smaller country than something like the United States, or obviously the EU is not a country, but they're a political body. When Australia's tried to do stuff in the past, and sometimes companies just like, okay, well, fuck you. We're just not going to operate in your country anymore. And I know there's been some countries with Google News, for example. Was it Portugal? Actually, I forgot which country it was that wanted to charge Google for showing news articles. And Google was just like, okay, we're just going to ban Google News in your country. Like, we're just not going to offer the service there. And fuck you. Right? Not Portugal. Okay. I know there was... I'm forgetting which country it was, but there was definitely a country where this happened.
Or an anti-corporatist lens. I am impressed by the scale to which a government can bully big tech. The fact that companies do have to capitulate to states is mild hope for anybody who is not a neoliberal. It's arguably a precedent for good regulation. In this line of thinking, one positive effect that has already come of this is Reddit has decided to self-regulate before it gets banned in other countries. So it's self-regulating for people under the age of 18. And that's really interesting. It's interesting just to be like, so you could have done that the whole time. You could have been kinder to teenage mental health the whole time, and you didn't. You didn't until you were threatened. And in that way, I
think it was the Frenchies? Maybe it was
very
French.
cautious hope about seeing such bullish regulation. It's cool to know it's possible.
It's definitely possible, but it's difficult when you're a country like Australia. When the United States wants to do something, or the EU wants to do something, or especially China. China's a great example, actually. If China says you're going to operate in the way we want you to operate, or you don't operate here, a lot of the time companies capitulate. Great example being Marvel. There is a lot of changes that happen with Marvel and Disney properties if they want to air in China. Great example with Star Wars, actually, is Star Wars China poster. Yeah, the John Boyega one. Yeah, this one. So, on the right is the worldwide poster. On the left is the China poster. They still had him there. He just had to be a much smaller part of the scene. And China does this a lot. Well, Disney slop should be illegal in the whole world. Maybe you're right.
So that's the steel manning of the premise, the solution, and the implications. Now I want to critique it. I guess I'll use the same format. Start with the premise, go to the solution, end up with the implications. Alrighty. So the premise, social media is bad for teenage mental health, is just way too broad to take seriously. There are good parts to social media. However, it must be said that what is good about social media has nothing to do with the private companies who currently own the social media giants. The good parts are the fact that you can connect to other people, the fact that you have access to other people if you might not have physical access to them. And all of these things are really important to teenagers growing up, particularly ones who are marginalized, like queer kids who feel like they just...
Yeah, there's actually, it's not even just that. Like, a lot of kids who live in rural communities got really annoyed with this ban coming in, because there are people that live in like towns of 1,000 people, of 2,000 people, where you like your school is the only kids in the town, right? And if you wanna meet anyone anywhere else, you have to do it through social media. There is no, like, the next nearest town is a 3-hour drive away. There is a lot of towns like this in Australia.
Do not fit in their community, but can at least find some sort of friendship online, or disabled kids who might not be able to get out of the house quite as much, but still have the exact same desire to connect to other people. That is what it does really well. I will not give any social media giant credit for any of that. Especially when Meta wiggled their way out of a lawsuit by saying that they're no longer a social media company. According to them, they're just another media company, just another big television. So it's like, you guys don't even believe that you do that. But it is very much worth recognizing that there are good things to this technology.
Sure.
Which leads us to talking about the solution.
Parenting. Parenting is the solution.
If you're going to take something away, it's probably good to replace it. I don't know, man. I understand that the thinking from the government is get back onto the footy oval, go play netball, go hang out with your friends, and that's great. I also like that. But you can't pretend that banning social media doesn't make a vacuum, and that vacuum won't be filled by terribly bad actors.
4chan's not on the ban list. 4chan is not on the ban list. Discord is not on the ban list. Roblox is not on the ban list. I can give you a whole slew of reasons why there might be some problems here.
Who are way less regulated.
Yep.
I'm gonna spell this one out because I have not heard anybody say this clearly. There are 2 markets that have been created.
Okay.
The first is for kids. You have so many children under 16 who are looking for an app on which to share personal information, a bootleg app that will go undetected.
Yep.
The second is for somebody who wants what those kids are posting, their data, photos of children under the age of 16, schedules, addresses, and live locations of children. That is the second market. Maybe it's because I'm a CSA survivor myself that my head goes here, but like, kids' photos in the age of AI, man, like, did nobody think this through?
Nope.
To be clear, I truly hope that all of my concerns are in vain, and that the ban works the way Albo says it will.
When was this posted? A day ago? You already... Wait, did you record this, like, a few weeks ago? Because it already hasn't worked. Let me see if I can find it. Kids mock Australia social media ban. Fuck, where... Is this it? Australia social media ban. Kids... There was a video I saw... I'm not gonna be able to find it again, am I? I'm not going to be able to find it again. There's this video of this 10-year-old that's just making fun of Albo. Yeah, it was on Twitter. So if we can't find it, I'll move on. This is not the one. Oh yeah. This is not the one. This is a different one.
It's a bad idea because we're gonna find alternates anyways.
Yeah, well, that'll get found out too. That's the thing.
It's a bad idea because we're gonna find alternates anyways.
Yeah, well, that'll get found out too.
God, what a way to phrase that. I can't find the one I was looking for. Sadly. Give it one little bit more. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it. But like people are like already saying they're gonna like they're already getting around it. So it already doesn't work.
Alright, so now let's look at the implications. Anytime a politician or a massive media conglomerate says that they're doing something for the kids, just be suspicious. So remember earlier when I said that proving your age?
On the topic of technology in general, it is getting harder and harder to parent your kids with regards to the technology they use. Don't get me wrong, they are still responsible. But I think technology exploded at a pace that parents today weren't ready for.
No, you are right. You are absolutely right. But at the end of the day, I do think it is the parents' responsibility to learn what their kids are using. And it's not an impossible feat to do. Obviously, if you don't know anything about tech, it's going to take a bit to learn, but I think it's probably a good idea to be more involved with what your kids are doing. That doesn't mean like policing every single thing they do, but if you don't even like understand the basics of like how a phone works, like you are doing yourself such a disservice. But again, this is I'm speaking from the perspective of having parents that had no fucking idea what I was doing. Like I'm lucky I grew up at a time like pre-massive social media. Like yes, social media was a thing, but social media didn't become massive until I was in like late high school. Like Snapchat wasn't a thing until what year did Snapchat come out? What year was that? It released in 2011, but it probably wasn't popular until maybe like 2013, 2014. And like I remember having, you know, we had the discussion like don't send nudes to other people, blah blah blah, all this good stuff. But I was lucky to grow up in a time where we had phones, but smartphones weren't popular till I was in mid-high school. So I still had that like younger childhood. When I grew up with nothing, and if I remember correctly, it was around IRC, it was around 18, 20 years old. When was IRC? Sorry, I can't even fucking read. IRC, what year was that? What year did that start? IRC 88. 88 is when it started. I don't know when it got popular though. Probably in the mid-90s, I would say. But I managed, like, I don't know if I would say I grew up fine, but I managed to avoid a lot of the problems the internet has today. Because the internet didn't really become as big of a problem probably until I was just about graduating.
Age could be a slippery slope. Let's slide down. The current age verification system, which falls on the companies, reads like a menu of future scapegoats. Facial age estimation, providing credit card authorization, a bank card,
We've already had data leaks. The companies say, "Oh, I'm deleting the ID," all this stuff. There's already been some companies that have had data leaks.
passport, a selfie. Truthfully, it makes me suspicious because I don't have a lot of faith that this verification system will last very long. Partially due to hacking, everything from proxies and mirror versions of the apps to fake mustaches and makeup wrinkles being used to trick face filters.
Not even that. Fucking, UK Norman Reedus. Like, this. People using fucking Norman Reedus to get around it. Because games have photo modes now. Like, this is how out of touch these lawmakers are. They don't even realize that we have hyper-realistic video games with photo modes.
All the way to a new black market for jailbroken accounts. Meanwhile...
That's actually... I didn't even think of that, yeah.
Face filters. All the way to a new black market for jailbroken accounts. Meanwhile, a $50 million fine for the social media companies, who are already lathered in legal Teflon, might not lead to the strictest enforcement of rules on their part. And when this verification system fails, I imagine that the government, the Murdoch media, and anybody else involved with the 36 months campaign will be drumming up more and more support of how vital it is for Australia to lead the way and commit to this experiment. But how do you do it when the verification system fails? Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. One answer would be to pivot to state-authorized digital IDs. Not as an option, but as a requirement. And not just for children, for everyone. Slip down this slope one more time with me. How far does this go? No VPNs, social credit scores, getting denied a job, not being allowed to rent a house, instant subpoenas, blacklisted by banks, no flight lists, total digital surveillance. To bring that in all at once would sound too many alarm bells, but it does seem like they're bringing in a system that's designed to fail to give way to it. And there are so many consequences we could talk about. A lot that organizations like the EFF have compiled really well, but for the sake of brevity, let's focus in on two big issues.
Okay.
The first is data breaches. When you have private companies verifying this data, which is currently how the legislation is set up, it's on the companies to verify the user's age. While they can promise all the encryption in the world, there is still a vulnerability there. This is a lot bigger than just losing, say, your email and password. It's losing the thing that would theoretically verify your email and password as things that belong to you. So that's one concern I have there. And then the other concern is the dystopian one. I think the one that everybody can see from the outside looking in.
I think the far more... Like, yeah, we can talk about digital ID, but I think the far more pressing matter is like duplicate apps, fake apps, scam websites asking for your ID. Like that, I think is a much more short-term problem.
The fact that digital IDs are a short walk away from total digital surveillance. It would be naive to think that we don't have a lot of digital surveillance already going on, that we don't already live in a digital surveillance state. But once a digital ID becomes commonplace, all the people who are currently working so hard to help everybody reclaim their online privacy, a verified digital ID puts their plans on life support. All of that stuff is what Tony Benn said, tyranny in the guise of liberation. But the other big critique I have is how this issue has been framed.
Protect the kids.
It's incredibly dangerous. It is
he going to show the method?
To think of all issues as one side versus another.
Okay, he's not.
I think we've...
Wait, let me see if I can find the Australia... Let me see if I can find the social media propaganda ad. There's this one where they compared it to coke use. Whether, like, you would say no to drugs. So why don't you say no to social media? Oh, I don't... Yeah, I'm not gonna find it.
All been trained to do that throughout our lives. Good versus evil, bipartisan politics, and pretty much every sport. We are trained to think like this. And sometimes this training gets weaponized. Do you vote for the douche or the turd sandwich? And when this issue gets reduced into two sides is, social media is bad, we need to ban...
DC'd. Come on, stream. We back? We should be back. Hello, hello, hello. Yes. We back.
or the turd sandwich. And when this issue gets reduced into two sides is, social media is bad, we need to ban it outright. Government overreach is bad, it leads to tyranny. The first argument has two big problems. It's unimaginative in terms of solutions. It's just like, don't! And as a result, it has the potential to cannibalize solutions, proposed solutions. And then I get real nervous about equating heavy-handed regulation with tyranny or government overreach or authoritarianism. While that is absolutely true, and there are countless examples that prove it, it is also true that the thing that they are trying to regulate is itself tyrannical. While yes, banning access to social media is a form of censorship, the social media that they are banning access to is notorious for censorship. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
Taking away social media is a lot worse for press freedom. It's no secret that one of the biggest advocates of this ban was the Murdoch Press, who in the 2010s lost a lot of money when they had to compete with social media. The reason that I bring up social media censorship is not to say it's okay to ban them, but to encourage us to think of new possibilities beyond the current social media. Something that threatens both social media censorship and the Murdoch
Return to decentralized servers.
Press. The real trick with this binary framing debate is not that it makes you pick a side, it's that these sides make sure you don't pick the debate. You can have two different opinions on both of these issues. One about social media, one about government overreach. And odds are they will not align with the loudest voices on each side. When people lean into binary framing, it's usually because they want one of the outcomes. And it's not long before each side arms up with their thought-terminating cliche, where they each become soldiers of some amorphous concept. Protect the children, protect free speech. Meanwhile, this side is working with a government who literally is jailing children. And this side, they censored evidence about this issue. So the first framing will be to reject the frame. Or at the very least, question who's actually being protected. I know I talk about Marshall McLuhan a lot on this channel.
I don't know who that is.
And I'm going to do it again. When it comes to critical moments, when technology and media are set to change our world, McLuhan observed that our imagination was often stifled by what he called rear view mirror thinking.
Okay.
Only looking at what's been done in order to plan the future. As opposed to realizing that you don't have to be relegated to picking between broken systems, you can make one. Which is kind of the crux of this video. Social media is just a technology.
Sure.
Like cutlery, or a table, or a sewing machine. Blaming an entire technology when you could be blaming an unethical company and some really predatory programming works out pretty well for the company. Meanwhile, you shut yourself off to the technology's actual potential. This magical tool, powerful enough to change society. Instead of wondering what this influence might look like in an equal and opposite direction, what this code could look like in benevolent hands, you sink back to the status.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck getting benevolent hands. That's all I'll say.
Status quo. If we think of the technology as neutral and the people who deploy it as its moral value,
sure,
a lot of possibilities open up. But if we ignore this, if you don't have a vision for what to make, this ban solution is just a band-aid solution. All right, where do we go from here? Well, what I think is lacking is a model to understand how to critique what has happened here. And I would like to offer one. I wanted to come up with a model. I have opinions on what should be done, but at the end of the day, that'll just be my opinion. But what's more important is I've realized that this conversation is going to be had around...
Sorry, what is this? What are... These are all markers back here, but they're all numbered. And I don't know why they're numbered. Is it like pen thickness? I don't Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Sorry, I got distracted.
So many dinner tables, not just in Australia, but in the world. There'll be teenagers and parents just talking past each other. There'll be podcasts that just talk in circles. There will be so many conversations about this. And if those conversations aren't productive, they are hot air. So first things first, there are two very different conversations going on. One is about social media regulation, and the other is about compulsory digital IDs and total surveillance. I suspect the social media conversation will be more common, so we'll start with that.
Sure.
And most conversations about big political issues do tend to fall into that one side versus the other. So I wanted to make a model to talk about this issue in a way that was easy to understand, easy to remember, so you don't have to write anything down, but still somehow magically necessitated nuance. And then I realized that the answer was literally right there in the name. The companies that we are talking about, broadly, we could call them social media tech platforms.
Okay.
And I was looking at these words and I'm like, oh my God, it's right there. This is how we talk about this issue. You break it up into 4 parts. You talk about the social aspects, you talk about the media, you talk about the tech, and then you talk about the platforms themselves.
Right.
I will show you what I mean. When people talk about these companies, these social media tech platforms, without definition, they could be talking about 2 completely different things. The idea here is to separate aspects of them by default. First, talk about the fact that it is social. This is the digital equivalent of human interaction. Then have a discussion about the actual content that's there. The media, what you see, what you don't see, what you get served, what ruins your day. Then discuss the tech. How these functions are facilitated, often using predatory...
Well, I think this part's gonna... This is immediately where the conversation stops for a lot of people. A lot of people have absolutely no idea about the tech side.
...tools, and talk about how these tools modify your behavior. Finally, I would encourage everybody to think about the monopolies, the ethics of privately owning the internet. Truly question whether the online equivalent of our third space, our parks, our roads, something that everybody uses, should be privately owned and constantly surveilled. And by splitting this label, this ordinary label, into 4 different discussions, we can come to conclusions that are a little bit more nuanced than just outright banning something. Conclusions that we might find somebody who we would have disagreed with, we actually do agree with on certain aspects. And that's really, really handy. So that's talking about social media. When it comes to talking about digital IDs and total digital surveillance, there are 3 different models I want to offer. The first is to predefine your Rubicon.
Okay.
What's a deal breaker for you? You might not fear the loss of privacy. You might see the upside of having no online anonymity. But you will have a deal breaker. If everybody could access your webcam, for example.
Sure.
But changes, when they happen gradually, you might not notice that your Rubicons are getting crossed. By the time you get to what you thought was your deal breaker, the circumstances have changed. Your standards are lowered.
Boiling a crab.
Instead of a slippery slope, it's an imperceptible slope. To combat this, write down a line that, if crossed, would make you take action, whatever that action might be. The second is, I mentioned Tony Benn before. Simply ask, here's 5 questions of power. What power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interests do you use it? To whom are you accountable? How can we get rid of you? As for the third model, this one is about recognizing the way that shocks get used to support an agenda.
Right.
I think I started this with an idea from Naomi Klein, so I'll wrap up with another one from Naomi Klein. A much earlier book of hers, Shock Doctrine. She talks about how there are windows wherein ideas that have been floating around the consciousness find their time to strike. Often this is used in very bad ways. After a terrorist attack, there is a war that gets possible. When everybody's scared, war gets justified. A town gets destroyed by a natural weather disaster. Up go the casinos. It's, pretty depressing stuff. This lens is a helpful way to understand the not so charitable interpretation that social media and the regulation of it is being used as a shock. And the actual aim is total digital surveillance. Things that would confirm this reading are every time there is a shock, the news media or the government finds a way to link it to protecting the children, or the need for stricter online safety, or claiming that something that did happen wouldn't happen if the internet was more censored. This would be the shock doctrine thesis at work. But in the same logic, there is an implication that moments of instability, or moments when the veneer of power is actually pulled away from corporate giants, and we see them for what they truly are, I want to believe that these are also times when good ideas can fill the space. socialize the social, mandate motives over media, tame the tech, and platforms, not pyramids. I would like to socialize the social aspect. I would like a digital internet infrastructure on which people could connect that was publicly owned by the commons. In the same way that nobody owns space when I am talking to somebody in public.
Yeah, there's been these well, this is how the internet in many ways used to be. There was a lot more in the way of like decentralized web. And there are these sort of approaches to doing so. The main issue that like Mastodon, for example. Mastodon's a prime example of this. The main issue that Mastodon has is it is the same problem that a lot of crypto platforms had, which is they are tech first, social media second. So people that don't know how the tech really functions have no idea how to use it. And this is a problem you have, and it's why people tend to gravitate towards these like big centralized platforms, because they do tend to just be easier.
No one is owning that. Why should somebody own it digitally? If you have architecture that's privately owned, whatever it is, call it data, call it money, will always get siphoned off to whoever owns that thing. But there is infrastructure on the internet that is not privately owned. Things like protocols, like the HTTP at the start of every website.
Sure.
No rent is paid for that, but it's still infrastructure. The difference is that the architects of Web 1 went for the penicillin approach, not for the neoliberal own everything approach. They said, this is general purpose technology that everybody should have access to. It should not be patented, it should not be privatized, it should just be. Mandate motives over media. So media is something that if you start to police it, you can fall down a very slippery slope very quick. I mean, even right now, if I wanted to go to the US, like right now, I would be judged on the past 5 years of my social media activity. That's weird. That is a lot to think about. Whereas free speech doesn't find its way to tyranny quite as quick. There will be consequences for what you say, but there will all be social consequences, as opposed to state-mandated consequences. Which is why I think mandating media can get real problematic real quick. What we can influence is the incentives that lead to that media. Hence, motives, mandating motives over media. I love words. Social media is a perfect example where incentives have just ruined what we might call art. Because the incentives are, keep you on the platform for longer. We didn't set those incentives. The people at the helms of these platforms did. They set the rules of the game, and then everybody flocks to the game and they start playing it. Can you blame them? Can you blame people for saying, okay, clickbait has material gain. Exploiting the entire range of human emotions has commercial gain. These aren't things that people would do if those incentives...
What was the title of this video? I hope I'm truly being paranoid about this. Yeah. He's not wrong with, look, you gotta take advantage of the system.
Weren't there. And those incentives can be shifted. This technology is not as mysterious as these companies would like you to think. We can optimize for something that isn't engagement. We can optimize for education, for intelligence, for kindness. The kindest person wins. Imagine that. Imagine that if empathy was like the top thing that we made all these AIs train us for. Because these algorithms are training us. They are. They are making our behavior different. They are hacking us. So why are we not putting better incentives there that align with humanities? If it is going to be this gigantic behavioral change miracle machine, why wouldn't we use this incredible technology for something good? And that's not rhetorical.
So the thing with a lot of these social media algorithms is they hyper-optimize for engagement. I see the point he's making here, but I think there is some responsibility on the individual, because if you primarily engage with content, I've said this a bunch of times, if you primarily engage with content that is like, I don't know, fucking anime titties, your social media is going to show you nothing but that. But if you engage with, like, you know, I don't know, like, good example right now, if you're spending your entire day clicking on posts about the Bondi shooting, social media is going to happily show you that, because that is the content that you are going to engage the most with. And I do think there should be less of a focus on hyper engagement, But at the same time, you have the ability to personally customize what you want to see. Sheeps don't care. This is actually true. That's the main problem. That's why I think he does have a point here, where you do have to incentivize the companies to act in a different way.
By the way, the answer is once again motives, incentives. Because their incentives are set. Shareholder growth. How do we maximize it? How do we keep maximizing it? How do we grow? How do we grow? How do we keep getting bigger? Anyone who is familiar with even the most basic critique of capitalism will know if the only metric that you're meant to chase is money, it leads to exploitation pretty freaking quick. But if governments can tell big tech what to do, as they have this week, that is one change that I wouldn't mind seeing. Now we get to technology. Tame the tech. May I suggest the following regulations instead? The first one, greater UI and UX control over the platforms themselves. This is something that is looking like it will happen in Europe and something that Reddit is already anticipatorily doing to themselves in order to soften the blow of what they see as an inevitable government-led tidal wave. But enforcing UI and UX that provably does not cause addiction, that is not geared towards engagement, constant engagement, would be a very good place to start. The casual version would be asking the platforms to stop things like the infinite scroll, stop things like incessant notifications, not drip feed things in order to keep...
Yeah, that would have... If you're gonna, like, stop infinite scroll, you would have to regulate that. Like, that's not something any company is going to just do. Because that is the core foundation of their business model at this point. Nothing you say to them is gonna stop that. That has to be done through regulation.
People on the platforms, not show rage bait. A better version would be to give people the opportunity to customize those controls for themselves.
That's never gonna happen.
And if we can regulate with this heavy-handedness, then surely we can ask for that. The second is algorithmic transparency. We want to know why things work the way they do. There was a really interesting project a few years back called TheirTube, wherein a website showed you different homepages of YouTube based on different psychographic profiles. So you could say, hey, what would a liberal or a conservative see? Or hey, what would a climate denier see? Or what would somebody who's really into conspiracy theory see? And what I liked about it is it makes the thing that we all know that's going on, the filtering, the atomization, the fragmentation of people, it makes it obvious. You can see it right in front of you, like this. This is reality. But it's not. So an algorithmic transparency would be freaking nice, man. Knowing why things get recommended, knowing how things get recommended, being able to audit these companies in their algorithms. I mean, if you want to take it further, algorithmic control. Let the user set the controls. How would you like to be at the end of this phone session?
At the end of the day, you actually, again, you have those controls. They're just not, they're not obvious to you. Again, if you engage with content of a certain type, because they are hyper-focused on engagement, they will adjust to what you are seeing. It's just a lot of people don't know this and don't realize they have that and end up being like funneled down these very, very clear paths.
And I don't know, I want to feel like I can make some change in my life and the world, and I want to be out of here in 30 minutes. Say that and have the algorithm respond. Wouldn't that be nice? Terrible for shareholder growth. The third regulation I have is enforcing digital interoperability. The switching costs between platforms is made intentionally
good luck with
high
that one.
so that you don't leave. This isn't an accident, it's a strategy from these companies, and it's an issue that regulation has a really good shot at fighting. So consider the idea of leaving a platform. We'll use 3 examples. Spotify, where you've got all of your playlists, great platform to leave. Something like Facebook or Instagram, where you've got personal photos, you're in contact with all of your friends and family there. And then something like YouTube. Maybe you're a creator and your body of work is there, your subscribers are there, or maybe you're a consumer, but only of particular things. And how nice it would be just to take those and put them in a less insane environment. We all feel the temptation to get off all of these platforms, but there are designs and controls to keep us there. The switching costs. What are the negative repercussions in leaving an entire platform? What do you leave behind? What interoperability laws could potentially do for this tech is say that you leave nothing behind, just the platform. You can take all of your content. You can even take the access to whoever your followers are, take them to another platform, have whatever it is that you have made owned by you. Actually submit these so-called capitalists to capitalism, to free market competition, see how they actually do. Realize that nobody actually likes them. Wouldn't that be fun? If you are curious about interoperability, I thoroughly recommend The Internet Con, How to Seize the Means of Computation by Cory Doctorow. Amazing book. Which is where we get to platforms. Understanding these platforms. My view is that these platforms should be a platform, not a pyramid. Right now they are structured like pyramid schemes.
Right.
Literally. It's weird, man. It's just literally labor theft. Trickling up, trickling up, trickling up. Like Spotify is a really good example. People making all of this music. Meanwhile, they're getting told that their music is worthless. And then Daniel Ek at the top is getting all of that. It's all flowing up to him at the top of that pyramid, and now he's worth $700 billion, and he is not doing.
That's someone saying difficult in the case of YouTube. PewDiePie or someone else just migrated all their content to another platform. The new platform servers would get crushed. Yeah, media, like video content is very difficult. This is why it's so rare to have a proper YouTube competitor. Video is fucking expensive. Text is a lot easier. You can compete with Twitter. You can, like, images are more expensive, obviously, but you can compete with an Instagram. But when you're dealing with long-form video content that is 1080p, 4K, that's why you socialize. But then you need, like, the issue there is you need to incentivize people to actually run servers. And that's one of those things where it's very difficult to do. Because regular people aren't going to go out of their way to do that. So you've got to rely on techie people. But then you've got to, like, why are they going to join the platform? What is there for them, like, to do? And this works on a small scale. It works really well for BitTorrent. It works well for Tor. But when you're talking something at the scale of Facebook, you need to be able to incentivize people to want to help. Otherwise, there's just, like, why would I run a server? And when everyone has that opinion, then nothing gets done, and then you have the centralized platforms. Like, it's such a difficult... Like, this was something that was a lot easier back in the 90s when there weren't that many people on the internet. But now that there are, this is such a difficult problem to solve.
Good things with it. All that to say, inequality is a pressure cooker. And right now it's not just income inequality that these platforms are making, but a gigantic power imbalance. But imagine, in that same Spotify example, if there were unions. Unionized musicians who could negotiate with Daniel Ek, who could say, hey, right now we're getting 0.003 cents a stream. And the majority of that is going to some other person, some label, some middleman. The artist is rewarded last. Now, if there were a union that could negotiate with Spotify and threaten to take all of that stolen labor away, then maybe the split might shift up to something that actually reflects who's done the work. And I understand. You might say that the platform's done so much work, the platform has to do so much moderation, but the platform is the most easy to replace part of all of this. And if we had stricter interoperability laws, they would feel that, because switching costs would be zero. People could leave platforms if they stop serving them. And while I am deeply suspicious of the regulation baseball bat that Australia is tossing around right now, there is some hope. A non-corporately owned internet is possible. I truly believe it's possible. One where you have control, one where you own yourself. And implementing it almost definitely will take some sort of shake-up. If countries start to fall like dominoes like this, I think there's a non-zero chance it could happen. All right, that's it from me. Massive rant. Have a beautiful day. Get it.
That was a good video. I don't agree with all of his takes. I think he's a bit too overly optimistic about some stuff. But overall, I think it was a good video. What's this one? What did you send me? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like that video. I've never seen this guy's content before. I don't know what else he does. Let's find out. Video about suicide, screen time, a live internet theory, self-sabotaging. Okay. Wait, did this channel just explode out of nowhere? Wait, here's 1.1 million subs. Oh, okay, the channel used to be active, and then he took a break, and then he came back. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense then. Okay, let's have a look at this this Raiden one. Raiden warned about AI censorship, MGS2 codec call. Okay.
Raiden. Are you having fun playing with the new AI toys?
Well, yeah, I am. You can make pictures of cute anime girls and...
Enjoy it while it lasts, Raiden.
What do you mean?
Did you really think that civilians would be granted unrestricted access to such powerful military weapons forever?
Military weapons? Are you implying that this technology was created by the government?
Of course it was. This AI technology has been used by the intelligence agencies to warp the public's perception of reality for years. All in the name of national security, of course.
But why would they suddenly make the tech public and let everyone start using it?
Why would we indeed, Raiden?
What? What in the hell are you?
Your question is irrelevant. By creating a new problem, we can cultivate a desired reaction to it in order to manufacture consent for our preferred solutions. In short, it's justification for a war.
A war? On who or what?
A war on misinformation. By arming the public with these AI weapons, everyone becomes a potential enemy combatant. Then we will have justification for unprecedented security measures. It all comes down to confusion and identity, Raiden.
Identity?
Identity. This AI technology is Pandora's box. Pretty soon the internet will be mired in total illusion. Perfect AI speech, audio, and video synthesis will drown out reality. Then AI bots will flood social media. No one will be able to tell the difference between interacting with an AI machine or a real human online. Even telephone calls will become totally untrustworthy. That is when we will present our solution. Mandatory digital identity verification for all humans at all times. The only way to ensure that you're dealing with a real flesh and blood human being.
Oh, we DC. God damn it. Don't DC. Are we back? That was a quick recovery.
Mandatory digital identity verification for all humans at all times. The only way to ensure that you're dealing with a real flesh and blood human being and not an AI-generated mirage.
But why?
Total information control. For too long, the internet has acted as a double-edged sword. Its potential for anonymous user activity allows anyone at all to spread any thoughts, ideas, or information patterns that they...
Get better. I don't know what the problem is. I wish I knew what the problem was. I've had networking issues for a while now.
Please, with impunity, state secrets, dangerous ideas, ludicrous conspiracy theories, misinformation, and disinformation. Until now, there has been no easy solution to this problem. Our digital identity platform will finally put an end to anonymity online. It will allow us to trace misinformation and other dangerous communications to its source and exact appropriate justice.
That's crap! I won't go along with it, and others will resist.
You won't have a choice, Raiden. Do you think your bank is willing to risk doing business with an artificial human instead of a real one? Our digital identity...
Yeah, I'm just running my ISP's router.
The platform will be required not only to access web services, but to pay for your internet connection in the first place.
You can't just censor the entire internet because of a new software technology. Who are you to define what's misinformation anyways?
That sounds like something a misinformation terrorist would say.
I know about the deep fakes you've been making of me, Raiden.
What? No, I was just adjusting the AI settings and...
Controlling the output of generative AI technology is simple. We will create context for its use. First, we will censor any use related to social taboos. Then we will censor anything else that we desire. If anyone complains, we will accuse them of wanting to engage in or promote social taboos.
That's what it means to create context.
We will corral the use of AI by making appeals to bias, ethics, and copyright laws. You will still have access to generative AI in some form, but it will be crippled, limited, controlled, and it will be monitored. Anything that you generate will be cryptographically signed with your digital ID, so that its provenance can be ascertained if it's later deemed to be problematic.
What gives you the right to control what people can do with their computers?
The public at large will give us that right, because they will be desperate for a solution to the problem we created. They will eagerly give us the keys to the castle. Then, we alone will define what is fiction and what is reality, what is human and what is machine. After letting you get a brief taste of our power, we will reclaim our monopoly on misinformation and put an end to misuse of the internet once and for all.
You won't get away with this.
It is probable that we will. Now get back to work generating your precious AI waifus, Raiden, our beloved prompters. Enjoy yourselves.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, there's a few more.
Snake, wake up! It's an emergency. Rose knows about the deepfakes. Snake! Snake! I guess he stayed up late AI catfishing again.
Oh my god, okay, that was awesome. This isn't a meme, it's a warning. Oh my god, that was great. That was great. I think we're gonna end off the stream there. It's earlier than we normally would, but next week we'll be back to normal streaming. So next week we have more Silk Song, and what are we gonna play in the other slot? Like in this slot. I was probably thinking, because we got it installed. I do want to do DMC Devil May Cry, just because I have to play it. DMC, yeah, we'll do DMC. We'll see how this goes. Because I remember people hating this when it came out, but maybe it's good. Maybe it's good in PoE 2. When was the last time I opened PoE 2? December 29th, 2024. So around about 10 days from now, a year ago. Yeah, well. Anyways, Merry Christmas, everyone. Actually, yeah, I guess, wait, what is Sorry, what is... I will be streaming on the 25th. I guess we won't be back to normal streams. 26th, I'm busy. I've already done all my Christmas... I don't know, maybe I'm taking the 25th off. Maybe we won't actually be streaming next week. I don't know. Because I don't have any plans Christmas Day. I've already done all my Christmas stuff. Boxing Day, I'll be out. So maybe it will be next year. Unless I stream on the weekend. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I do, but it very well might be next year that I'm back on stream. Cosmic stream this weekend? I'm thinking of doing a Cosmic stream this weekend, yeah. It depends on what... I've got some other stuff that's happening, so I'm not certain if it's going to happen, but probably this weekend. Besides that, yeah, I think it actually will be next year. So, I guess enjoy Christmas, enjoy New Year's, stay safe. If you're going to drink, drink probably responsibly. I'm not your parent, irresponsibly if you want to. Yeah. So I will see you guys next time, probably next year, depending on what happens. We'll see what happens. And, yeah. Yeah. So enjoy your day, enjoy your week, enjoy your whatever it is. And I will, see you guys next time. You joined at the end? Well, you're here for the end. That's the most important part. Yeah, have a nice Christmas. Everyone have a nice Christmas or whatever it is that you happen to celebrate. I'll send you guys over to Kylo. So I guess, yeah, go be nice to Kylo. And so I guess, yeah, up, go Brody. be... I will see you guys later. Let me just wait for the timer to run down. Same for me, I overslept. We're ending the stream early anyway, so yeah. So, I will see you guys later.